Bonjour à tous ceux qui sont connectés sur le YouTube Live. J'espère que vous êtes bien accrochés. On part pour une session que je pense intense, probablement autour de 4 heures ou 5 heures ou plus, je ne sais pas. Voilà, c'était pas forcément précisé dans le mail, mais la présentation sera en anglais intégralement. Il y a deux membres du jury qui ne parlent pas français. Voilà, j'espère que ça posera de problème à personne. Euh, voilà, donc du coup là, je suis en mode attente. Voilà, j'attends que les membres du jury se connectent. Je pense que vous pouvez mettre peut-être des commentaires si vous le souhaitez sous la vidéo, comme vous voulez, du moment que ça reste poli, il n'y a pas de souci. Et voilà, donc on attend sagement. Je vois qu'on arrive à avoir quand même un peu d'interaction. Je pensais même pas qu'on pouvait faire ça. Merci à tous en tout cas pour vos encouragements. Bon, je vois que quelques-uns nous ont rejoints là, sur le YouTube Live. Voilà, j'expliquais au début que là, on est en attente. Donc, le jury est en pré-meeting pour pouvoir élire, entre autres, le président du jury. Donc voilà, on est, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, on est parti pour une petite session de 4-5 heures au total. J'espère que vous serez nombreux à rester connectés longtemps. Et voilà, la présentation et toutes les discussions se feront en anglais puisque deux membres du jury ne sont pas francophones. C'est toi, Dominique?
Ouais, pour se connecter, c'est sur YouTube.
Non, 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 j'ai envoyé un mail avec les liens pour les quatre. Ouais, pour vous, c'est Zoom. Pour le jury, c'est l'unité Zoom.
D'accord.
Ok, désolé, juste le temps de donner un petit conseil connexion à un des membres du jury qui se connecte depuis le bâtiment. Et puis j'espère qu'on va bientôt pouvoir y aller. Bonjour Dominique.
Hello, c'est bon. La chaîne YouTube, en fait, on n'entend rien du tout, il n'y a pas de son.
Tu es peut-être arrivé à un moment où je parlais pas parce que j'étais en train de. Il y a un bon petit moment où j'étais en train d'attendre. Je ne sais pas, là, pour ceux qui sont connectés sur la chaîne YouTube, vous arrivez bien à entendre?
Il fallait pas se connecter avant sur la partie pour les membres du jury?
Normalement, si.
Ah, bon.
Tu peux aller voir s'ils y sont encore.
Je peux lancer les deux en même temps? Non.
Non, tu vas être obligé de quitter celle-là.
Voilà.
Euh,
Attends, j'essaie, je vois.
ok. Je suis désolé, vous voyez peut-être un décalage entre mes réactions à la vidéo et les messages que vous pouvez mettre dans le chat, parce il y a une latence, il y a environ 5 ou 6 secondes d'écart, je pense, entre la vidéo et ce qui est affiché sur le stream. On a dépassé les 20 spectateurs, donc on m'avait dit que si je dépassais les 20 spectateurs, il allait falloir que je crée ma propre chaîne YouTube. Alors n'y comptez pas, c'est ma première fois, c'est probablement ma dernière. Je vois sur les petits échanges sur le chat, c'est vraiment sympa. Bon, on attend les membres du jury qui sont en pré-meeting. Apparemment, ils ont fini l'élection du président parce que j'ai un infiltré dans le jury. Donc, il devrait peut-être pas trop tarder.
Hello Olivier.
Hello.
Hello, bonjour Olivier.
Bon, bonjour.
Hello, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour à tous. Bonjour Féti, bonjour
Bonjour.
Patrick.
Bonjour Olivier.
Harry.
Salut Olivier,
Bonjour
ça va?
Antonio. Bonjour Saïd, tu vas
Bon,
bien?
Dominique, bon, et Dominique est là, donc c'est bon.
Oui.
Voilà, c'est
Salut,
bon.
Dominique. Bon, tu n'étais pas avec nous dans la réunion du jury, là. Tu étais
Si,
trompé de
si,
salle.
mais juste à la fin. Je suis arrivé les dernières minutes.
D'accord. Ok,
Oui,
super.
j'ai dit que Dominique, c'est du classique, hein.
Il faut pas perdre les bonnes habitudes.
Et moi, j'ai fait une blague sur le fait que tu étais le plus proche et donc celui qui avait du mal à être à l'heure, quoi.
C'est pas faux.
Hello.
Mais tu sais que j'avais une réunion juste avant avec une personne de Vélécom, justement.
Ah, d'accord. Ok. Ok.
Hello, hello Tariq. Hello Samantha.
Hello. Good afternoon, Olivier.
Good afternoon, or good morning for you. Okay.
So we have elected our president, Tariq Samad,
Okay.
the president of the jury. So, okay, Tariq, it's you now.
Should we wait until everybody's on? I think Francoise is
yes.
not on yet. And,
Yeah.
Okay. Françoise
Yeah,
was with you during the pre-meeting?
Yeah.
yes.
Oui. Tout le monde était là, tout le monde était là.
Okay.
Sauf Dominique.
Oui.
En attendant que Françoise arrive, bonjour Olivier, j'ai juste un petit souci, c'est que j'ai un rendez-vous à l'hôpital à 16 heures et il me faut 10 minutes pour y aller et je ne pouvais pas le déplacer plus tard, donc je pourrais assister à la présentation, mais malheureusement dans les discussions, je ne pourrais pas être là. Donc je m'en excuse parce que tu nous avais prévenu très tôt, mais c'est assez difficile d'avoir un rendez-vous. Voilà.
Non, mais je comprends, Patrick, hein, aucun souci. Je pense que c'est gérable par rapport au jury,
Oui.
Saïd.
Oui, c'est
Oui,
gérable.
oui.
D'accord, ok.
Il y a pas de souci.
Très bien, merci de
Excusez-moi.
m'avoir prévenu, Patrick.
C'est normal.
Okay,
Il en
just to confirm that the YouTube live has already started since about 20 minutes. So there are now approximately 31 people connected. So
We will not start before 2000.
Okay, we can wait a long time, but actually people from my lab made some challenge to me this morning, and they said if there is more than 20 people, I need to open my YouTube channel.
Okay.
I don't really want to become a YouTuber, so that will be fine for me. Okay, waiting for Françoise. I will just switch to the main screen of the presentation.
We need to check. Saïd, you need to check with Françoise.
Okay, yeah, I hope it's okay because it was a bit complex with the different meeting rooms to know on which one to switch at what moment. It's not that easy.
Okay, it's okay. Comment ça marche ton affaire de live là?
Ah, alors ça, c'est un truc qui est super dans Zoom, c'est que tu as le YouTube Live qui est directement inclus.
D'accord. Et donc, quand on a cliqué, nous, sur le lien, moi, je n'ai pas cliqué sur le lien de YouTube. C'est normal? J'ai cliqué juste sur le lien que tu as donné pour Zoom.
Ouais,
oui.
Donc le jury est connecté sur le Zoom, donc vous pouvez, on peut échanger, on peut discuter tous ensemble.
D'accord.
Alors que du coup, en même temps, le stream Zoom est envoyé sur YouTube.
D'accord.
Du coup, ça permet aux gens de voir, mais par contre, ils ne peuvent pas interagir directement.
Avec nous, d'accord.
Voilà, c'est ça, sauf à travers le chat. Donc, voilà.
Et là, ils écoutent ce qu'on raconte.
Là, ils écoutent tout ce qu'on raconte, donc ils ont tout entendu.
D'accord. Ok, c'est bien de nous prévenir quand même.
Ouais, t'es prévenu, Féti.
Ok.
So if they have an habilitation, they can ask questions via the chat.
Yeah.
I think.
So where is
Okay.
Françoise? Where is Françoise?
I'm here.
There she is.
Ah, you're here.
Hello, Françoise.
Salut. Hi.
Hey,
Hi, Olivier.
Hi.
Sorry,
Right.
I was I came again in the same room, so
Oh, it's
I was a bit alone.
Okay, should we get started?
Yeah.
Ready. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be chairing this this jury. We're here for the HDR defense of Dr. Olivier. So let's first go and introduce the jury, and I'll just ask everybody to just say a few words by way of introduction, just your name and where and your affiliation. So we'll just go in the order listed on this on the slide. So first of all, Fethi, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Fethi Benouezdou. I'm professor at the University of Versailles. I'm also the scientific director of the Vedicom Institute, and I'm very happy today to join Olivier in his defense.
Thank you. Françoise.
I am, thank you, Mr. President. I am Françoise Lamnabi Lagarigue, so Emeritus Research Fellow at Centre National for Scientific Research, CNRS, in France. And I'm happy to be a reviewer of this habilitation of Olivier.
Thank you. Sharif, you're next. Last video.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. My name is Sharif Laroussi. I'm a research professor at Estrella Engineering School, Estrella Research Laboratory. I'm happy to be a member of this jury.
Okay. And the only other non-French speaking member of the jury, or non-expert in French, Samantha.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Samantha Jamson. I'm Professor of Transport Psychology at the University of Leeds in the UK. It's my great pleasure to join you all today, and I'm very much looking forward to this afternoon.
So I'm at the University of Minnesota. I lead a program in the management of technology there. Antonio.
Hello, good afternoon. Antonio Charette. I'm with IFP Énergie Nouvelle here in France, where I held several jobs. And I'm also happy to be here and eager to attend the presentation from Olivier.
Okay. Dominique.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'm Dominique Greyer, a research director in University Gustave Eiffel, and I'm a co-supervisor of this HDR with Professor Saïd Mamar.
Good, yeah. And Saïd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Donc, Saïd Mamar, professor at University of Évry. I am happy to be here.
And finally, Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am the only one which is not on the university. I am an expert in Renault, and I am managing the development of eco-driving features for the new cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so Olivier, we will allow you to make your presentation, roughly 45 minutes or so. I think we'll just let you make the presentation for the most part. And if anybody has any questions in the meantime, one way to ask them would be through the chat feature in Zoom. I'll be monitoring the chat as well. So if anything comes up that I think might be important to address right away, we can do that. But let's just have Olivier, for the most part, make the presentation. Maybe if there's a quick clarification question at some point, anybody from the reviewers or examiners can speak up and ask that. And then after that, we'll go through a question and answer session. Okay. So Olivier, with that, I will hand over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much to all jury members. It's a real honor for me to have such an incredible jury who accepted to evaluate my work and to see my presentation today. So my presentation is about the contribution to eco-responsible trajectory planning inspired by humans and applied to autonomous passenger cars. So I'm having this HDR diploma defense under the University of Évry in Paris-Saclay, but I'm working in the university called Gustave Eiffel, the new university. Okay, I will start with some sentences. First, very famous one from Isaac Asimov. A robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. So the father of robotics said that, and what is interesting in his books, he already showed how the rules he defined could be counterproductive, could enter into conflict. Then more recent, Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, also defined a set of rules for artificial intelligence, like it must be designed to assist humanity, meaning human autonomy needs to be respected. So some people said much more serious rules and more applicable. Actually, I believe that today in autonomous vehicle, we have something more like an autonomous vehicle must complete a mission as provided by the user, of course, with other rules, other secondary rules that are coming into that field. These rules gave birth to several research questions about autonomous vehicle, artificial intelligence, and robotics. And this is what I will try to present today about the research on autonomous vehicle. So first, I had to go back exactly to what is research. So I read some papers from Hervé Dumez from École Polytechnique in France, and he had a nice definition that research is a tension between the knowledge and a non-knowledge. And if we look, just you can see on the left of the slide, this is what we actually have, what we have now about autonomous vehicle that we can consider as being our knowledge now. This is what science fiction defines as autonomous vehicle. So you can see Christine, a very negative view of what is autonomous vehicle, who wants to kill people because of jealousy. Then we have the autonomous taxi, like in Total Recall movie, which is just a kind of slave, just obeying orders. And finally, on the complete opposite, we have the Knight Rider, so Kit, which is a friend. She's very smart as the hero, and it's always helping the hero. So according to Hervé Dumez, research is in between. It's a tension between what we have and between what we would like to have. But then the research question that arises, will autonomous vehicles be efficient? I think that up to 2015, almost 90% of researchers were sure that it will be efficient, of course, but now people are really less confident. Will it reduce inequalities? That's also a question, because autonomous car can become very expensive. So what about inequalities, that people that cannot afford to use this kind of technologies? And will it ensure human autonomy? So this is related to the rule that Satya Nadella claimed already several years ago. And then what will be our relationship to AVs? So this is a kind of extract from the work from Kurek, 2019, about different level of autonomy we can have. The autonomous technology can be a danger, an enemy. It can be a boss just giving us some orders. Honestly, sometimes I feel that some software can be like my boss. It can be a tool, like we said before, a teammate, or even a friend. My personal feeling now is it might be something between a tool and a teammate, but okay, we can discuss about that, of course. So this global research question, after this global research question, I will go through my resume, giving some information about my records. And after, I will go through a detailed scientific presentation of all my activities. So I have an engineering degree from the School of Automotive and Transportation in Nevers in France. In the last year, I also had a master's degree in civil engineering in mechanics, where I studied also automatics and vehicle dynamics. I have a PhD in automatics from the Laboratoire Central des Ponts et Chaussées, which is a former part of IFSTAR. I have a postdoctorate then in Ecologic System, a startup company working on eco-driving assistance systems. From 2010, I was recruited as a researcher at IFSTAR in the LIVIC laboratory, working on interaction between vehicle infrastructure and driver. And in 2015, I've been appointed the LIVIC deputy director under Dominique Gruyet, who is here in the jury. And from 2020, I became Pixel deputy director, a new laboratory in Gustave Eiffel University. So just to understand, because there are a lot of names here, Pixel means Perception, Interaction, Behavior, and Simulation Laboratory. And it's the merging of two laboratories of our institute, LIVIC and Lepsis laboratories, on the 1st of January 2020. It's a part of the COSIS department, Component and Systems, and which is itself a part of Gustave Eiffel University, which is a merging of Paris East University, IFSTAR, Public Research Center, and also 4 engineering and architecture schools that are listed here under. About my scientific field, I consider that I'm in between, at the frontier of automatics and robotics. So using some automatics methods to work on robotics and the other way around. You will see in the presentation, I'm also working a little bit on data science, even if I'm not a statistician or real data scientist. I can manage this part. I like also experimentations, and I will present them. And I also like interaction with psychologists, especially when I want to work on the modeling of human behavior. Then to continue on the research coordination and responsibilities I had up to today. Okay, I will not recall deputy director of the laboratories I just said before. I've been scientific leader. I'm still a scientific leader in 1 European project. So you can see the list of 4 European projects. I was scientific leader for IFSTAR and Eiffel University. And in some of them, work package leader or co-leader, like in Trustonomy, the last one. And I'm coordinating a national project that is being written now about, that is called MobiSat for mobility systems and territory. I'm working on the first thematic, which is autonomous mobility. And okay, just to mention, this is not that important, but I've been doing interim for the director of the campus in Versailles. Just I had to manage some emergency evacuation once because of a bomb. So sometimes it can be important. Just to highlight some European research project I've been implied in. I worked into the FP7 eFuture project, which was working on the implementation of ADAS on electric vehicles. And one specific ADAS was smart and green adaptive cruise control. It was led by Sébastien Glaser, who is now working in CARSQ laboratory in Australia. Then I worked on FP7 eco-driver project, which was about developing and testing eco-driving assistance system. This work was managed together with Guillaume Saint-Pierre and Lydie Nouvelière, who are now attending the presentation via YouTube. Then I continued on the H2020 program called Gamicar, that was about testing eco-driving assistance system. So strongly experimental project. So you can see sometimes experimentation can be surprising. That was a vehicle on fire on the road, making some traffic jam. And finally, the project that is still ongoing, Project Trustonomy, which is about enhancing trust of users in autonomous vehicle. And at Eiffel University, we are implied to develop and test autonomous decision support framework. This is together with Dominique and Rémi. Okay, to continue on my dissemination activities. You can see a bar graph showing the numbers of publication depending on the type of publication. So I'm sorry about this acronym, but this is standard acronym we are using in the university and some of them in France. So the blue one are referenced review articles, so considered the most important. The green one are the international conferences, and the other one are in between. So you can see that I had a start slow up to 2010 approximately, then an increase of publication up to 2016, 17, I would say. And then I had a change in the methodological tool in 2018, I will speak about that, to increase my review article publication. And I also have 2 patents dealing with perception and planning in intersection in cities. Now, if I go to my pedagogic activities and tutoring, so I'm a researcher, so I'm not obliged to give any lectures, but we usually do that in our university. Still give some lectures, so you can see the number of hours I gave here in the last 4 years. In different schools, so ENSTA, EFP school, which is related to IFPEN, at the University of Évry, Telecom Paris-Tech, and also abroad in China, in Tongji University, and in École des Ponts Paris-Tech. And about my tutoring of students, you can see I also had an increase of tutoring up to 2018. I had a peak here of tutoring between 2012 and 13 that was due to 2 European projects that were ongoing together. Okay, I wanted here to highlight quickly, even if I'm not in the scientific part, 3 theses that has been defended. So the first one is from Camila Freitas Salgueiredo. It was a thesis funded by Renault company. And it was about defining new concepts of cars that might reduce CO2 emissions. So this thesis was theoretical on one part about how to innovate on creating new concepts, but also on simulation and experimental part. So I just gave here results of reducing energy use here, fuel consumption on a car, using the method that was developed in this project, in this thesis, sorry. Then there was the thesis of Lauren Klossman that was financed by Vedecom Institute. And this thesis was about trajectory planning, especially on takeover maneuvers, overtaking maneuvers. And I mainly participated in the optimization part of this thesis about how to develop simulated annealing algorithm dedicated to this trajectory planning. And some results here are showed here about optimizing some parameters of the simulated annealing. And then the third one from Yann Menrou was financed by IGN, that's National Geographic Institute in France, that was directed by Sébastien Mustier and tutored by Guillaume Saint-Pierre, who is also here. And here are some results of what he wanted to do. In his thesis, he wanted to be able to detect traffic lights just using GPS speed profiles coming from people traveling in the city. So that was quite innovative project, and I worked with him into the data collection and data first checking and analysis. Then I also worked in popularization of science. This is something I like a lot, even if I did not that too much since the end of 2016. I think it's important to share our knowledge with society, but also to get feedback directly from people about what we are doing. So we did that twice in a French science festival in 2012 and 2014. We did that in the Paris Motor Show in 2014 with more than 2,000 people coming to see our simulators that we can see on the picture here. So we collected the data and made some publication with that. Also some on the Lions Club Fair in Seoul, and the one also that was important, but I was not there in Las Vegas, but it was our simulation in the CES, actually it's 2017, that's a small mistake here. Okay, another axis of my resume is about international cooperation. So I will not go through all the lines here because I have a long presentation, but I initiated some collaboration with Tongji University in China since 2012. And in 2016, I spent 6 months there as an invited professor and also high-end foreign expert, which is the highest level for experts in China. So this was thanks to Dominique Gruyer and Jacques Ehrlich that were together with me on this application. And then something interesting also that I did a scanning tour financed by the Ministry of Sustainable Development in 2018, where I visited the most advanced organism in autonomous driving in China. So it was an incredible experience. So this is just here on the graph some results of the work I've done in 2016 about traffic analysis and management in one district of Shanghai city. So I used some of their data, and I can say that they have really nice data, really rich. And I'm also participating in an international collaboration with the Karlsruhe laboratory in Brisbane, Australia, which this collaboration is coordinated by Dominique Gruyer in the university. Okay, I wanted to highlight a few results from the cooperation with China on a project which is called Taiyuanpei project. It's financed by the French and Chinese government, so binational project. This is mainly financing some travel expenses. And now this is the PhD thesis of Mei Tingtu, which is inside this project. The objective is to increase accessibility of ride splitting services. So ride splitting is when you share a car, when you can share the trips in one car. So it's a bit different than ride sharing, or when you will share all the trip in one car. And the objective is also to increase spatial equality to access of this service. So our work at the university is to check what will be the opportunity of using autonomous vehicle in this kind of services. So now the first work of this thesis was to propose an optimized version of this ride splitting algorithm, and also to identify what could be the most important factors influencing the ride splitting. So you can see on the right, this is a list of factors that can influence the ride splitting services, like GDP of the area, like the travel time, like the distance to city center. And the PhD student made a ranking of these factors using some classification algorithm. And this is just a picture of Chengdu city where we got the data, and then a gigantic, I would say, a database called Gaia. Okay, I had also other activities, being chairman in different conferences, also participating in conferences and workshop organization. So yeah, I forgot to mention, you will find some names in parentheses everywhere in the presentation, and some of them are recurrent. So this is the people who I worked the most with, of course. So the one I should thank the most. Okay, sorry if I cannot tell all the name of each lines. So you can see here all these kind of activities. I've been working in some juries as examiner, and even as reviewer with special authorization from the university. And some roundtable also, but okay, nothing so extraordinary. So I would like to continue on my scientific activities. So first, if you go back to the research question I asked in the beginning, I had to give something more precise than this global research question. And I wanted to work on the possibility to reproduce human intelligence in the way humans are driving. So meaning, can we reproduce the way humans are taking actions and also the comments in a passenger car, okay, limited to this topic, in a known environment. So I've been limitedly working on the interaction with perception, but I've still done a little bit of that. I've mainly worked on the steering and speed behavior, which are the main commands on vehicles. And I also especially wanted to increase the global efficiency of this kind of vehicle for one vehicle, which is the Ego vehicle, but now also extending this work to vehicle fleet, like hypervision, controlling several vehicles together. And generally, we work in energy efficiency, safety, traffic, so reducing travel time, and comfort. On the right, you can see the methodological framework I've been using. So, okay, very simple one called Descartes Research Cycle. I presented my report following this cycle, but this will not be the case in the presentation today. And this is how one of my PhD student, Karima Hamdi, used this cycle to develop her own research methodology during a PhD thesis, coming from initial research question through literature review, then final research question, and all the theory, simulation, and testing that are all inside this research cycle. I continued this methodological work because once I had an internship, a student, he asked me, how should I do my literature review? And I just told him, okay, you go on Science Direct and you type your keywords and you'll get your result, you analyze and you write your literature review. And he told me, but there is no real method. And I was surprised because I never asked myself if there was a real method for that. So I read papers. Again, the papers from Dumas is really, really nice about how to make a literature review. And then I asked my student to follow this kind of methodology. So you can see here some example of using tools for analyzing keywords and other details that can be found in the report. On the bottom of this slide, this is a tool for production of science. This is because I estimated that my production was too low. So I decided to implement some tool. And I thought about this thing that I call publication tunnel. So when you make a publication, usually first you have a concept, you have an idea, then you have a draft, then you will submit it, then it will be reviewed, accepted, if it is accepted, and published. And the number should normally decrease little by little in these different categories. So this is what I call the tunnel. So in theory, it should look something like that. If it's too straight, it means that we are not proposing enough ideas. If it's too steep, it means that we are not that good at producing the science. And on the right, you can see my tunnel that was drawn at the beginning of the year, of this year, 2020, and I have a hole here, meaning I have nothing submitted, nothing reviewed. So it's a problem. So it means I needed to submit some papers. Okay, that's just a tool, personal tool for me. I don't really like to call that producing articles. It's not real objective in our work, but honestly, I felt better, and I think now I'm publishing correctly. Okay, okay, all these tools and methods are interesting, but how do we really answer the research question I was speaking about, intelligence in our autonomous vehicle? So first, where is the intelligence in autonomous vehicle? So if we check this architecture here that was proposed by Pendleton, you can see different blocks that we usually find in any architecture of autonomous vehicle about the perception. So we have a lot of intelligence in perception about how to detect different obstacles, about how to classify them, about how to track them, how to predict their behavior. We have actuation that is closely related, of course, to control that we also find here in the architecture. We have all the communication, external communication. Of course, we can include also intelligence in this part. And I'm interested in this part here, which is planning. Planning is where we decide the actions of the vehicle and what will be the trajectory and what will be the command of the vehicle. So that's what we see here. Global planner are usually the actions, behavior, usually trajectory planning, and local planner, which is generally the command that will be sent to the actuators. Another architecture from Xu, which has extracted these planning blocks from the automatic driving. So this is just to show that researchers have different definition of what should be included into the intelligent part, I would say, of this autonomous vehicle. Probably this one is more control oriented, and this one is more trajectory planning oriented. Okay, I was speaking about planning, but what is it? Planning, according to Owen, 1997, who is a neuroscientist, he said that planning is how do we organize our behavior in time and space. So this is what we see here. This is space organization, this is time organization, timetable. And this is in a situation where we should have a goal that should be achieved. So I highlighted the two important points. We should have the famous mission we should give to the vehicles, otherwise we cannot do any planning. And then we find again these three different levels that we saw before, the strategic level, maneuvering level, and control levels that we have seen just before, and that were also defined by Michon in 1985. So it's very famous in a lot of different fields. And I just mentioned some spatial step for the action to be taken in the different activities. So strategic level is more like a decision, so it's not so often. Tactical is more for trajectory planning, so it's more often. And operational level is more for the command planning, so it's very often in order to stabilize the vehicle. So this research question about planning, how did it come to our mind? This was because when we studied the driver behavior in real time, we noticed that we have a kind of optimal way of driving, which is called eco-driving. So we built some research network inside internally at IFSTAR called Géry Eco. And inside this network that was managed together with Patricia Delhomme, Annie Posier, and Roger Trigui, we defined some, we gave a definition for eco-driving. And we said that eco-driving is an optimal way of driving, mainly in terms of energy use, comfort, travel time, and under safety constraint. It was important to say that safety is not an objective. It's not something we want to minimize. It's just something we want to constrain to avoid accident. And we just saw that it was similar to multi-objective trajectory planning. So now I will be speaking about this multi-objective trajectory planning. On the right, you can see how human drivers are supposed to manage the different objectives we have when we are driving. We have different objectives. We need to find a trade-off between them, like comfort, eco, meaning energy economy, safety, and travel time. If you look at a sport driver will have a high weight on travel time, so you want to go as fast as possible, and a low weight on other objective. It doesn't care that much about safety, about energy use, and about comfort. A hypermiler on the opposite is the total contrary. The weight on the energy saving is very high, and the weight on the three other criteria is very low. And we have other kind of driver in between, and eco driver was supposed to be here. So the idea of multi-objective optimization is to find a trade-off between these different objectives, like the human driver is doing. So the idea is to minimize or maximize, depending on the way we have defined our optimization problem, a set of functions. So a mono-objective optimization, we have only one cost function, but in a multi-objective, we have several cost functions. So we want to minimize or maximize all of them together. We, of course, like any optimization problem, we have constraints that can be inequalities or equalities. And the objective is generally in our problems to minimize journey time, to maximize comfort, and to minimize energy consumption. I wanted to give also a quick overview about multi-objective optimization problems given in two slides. So I start the first one about how can we make this multi-objective optimization, because we have several objectives. So there are two main families of algorithms. The first one is called scalarization methods. The idea is very simple. We have several objectives. We just combine the different cost function and we get only one from this combination. So very easy, and we can just make some normal optimization from one function. The second one is called ideal methods. This idea in this family is to go into what we call the objective space. In the objective space, this is what we highlight here on the right. Each of the axes is one of the objective of the problem. So here it's a two objective problem, so fuel use and travel time. So the idea of ideal method is to find what we call the Pareto front. That is a very useful tool in optimization. And you see here two Pareto fronts that have been drawn in blue and in red. And the idea of ideal method is to find this Pareto front in order to find all optimal solutions, because multi-objective optimization have several optimal solutions and even an infinite number of optimal solutions. So ideal methods want to converge to this Pareto frontier we have here. Ideal methods for trajectory planning are used in many fields, in the maritime fields, in mobile robotics, in aerial, and in spatial fields. They are used really a lot, and the most used methods are written here, called NSGA2 and SPEA2. Okay, it's two names of methods. I will just present one today, which is SPEA2, even if the most famous is the first one, non-sorted genetic algorithm. I noticed in this literature review that in a lot of fields, this kind of ideal method are used, but with autonomous vehicle trajectory planning, it is almost never used, probably because of computation time, and maybe because of other reasons I will just detail after. I found a few articles, but it was not really trajectory planning. It was maybe more about some parameters that might influence trajectory planning. Then for autonomous car, how are we doing? We are generally doing that using some scalarization method. So going back to one cost function when we have several ones. And this is what is mainly used. Even you will see that in my other research. So in this scalarization method, we will find a very wide range of methods. I will not detail all of them, but we have the one that goes into functional description of the trajectory. So you see some example here. This one is with Bezier curves description. You see here on the roundabout with some attraction point that has been defined according to the geometry. So this was the work of Gonzalez. And here it's the clotoid-shaped tentacles. This is another idea of function we can use for trajectory planning. And there are a really wide range of different functions we can use. Then we can also have a functional description of the command, which is different than directly the trajectory. So that can be done through acceleration command. That's what has been done here in this work from Liu. And then we have a lot of other families, global families for this kind of trajectory planning, like genetic algorithm that I used a lot. So we see an example here. So the researcher just encoded each point of the trajectory, like X, Y points, directly into the genetic code and made the genetic solution evolve generation by generation, converging to optimal solution. So I'm kind of a fan of this kind of studies because it can be really useful using ideal method. I will explain also that later. Then we also have a predictive control that is used a lot in research and in optimal control, as in the work from Kamal, which is really nice work for making eco-driving inspired algorithm. And then just to continue, very famous method also, the potential fields, when we have to define a potential fields function that will attract or repulse trajectory solution. So we see one graph here where we have obstacles on the road and some potential field around, which is repulsing the trajectory that is designed here by the algorithm. And here the researcher, Ricever et al., designed a combination of potential fields and genetic algorithm, which is in blue, in order to combine advantages of the two methods. Really interesting work, also well detailed. And finally, we have some operational search methods in different way. I will continue after. Analyzing all this literature review, I designed a framework for planning, for multi-objective optimization planning problems, which describe what we should define before launching our optimization problem. So we have different things. So if we look, for example, these 3 blocks here are related to the objectives we want to optimize in our problem. We have blocks that are related to the variables, the things we want to control, and with also the variables we need to constrain. And we have a part here which is the global algorithm, how it works. Are we doing some replanning, meaning I plan my trajectory on 1 kilometer, but after maybe 100 meters, I will replan it because I need to be reactive? Will it be continuous, discrete? So it will impact how I will decompose my solution space. And then I need to discuss on the objective side. So I go back directly on the left. What will be my multi-objective representation? Linear scalarization, like I said before, or ideal method. And finally, we will choose the optimization algorithm which fit the best all these elements. I speak of these elements because this is where we can include human-inspired technology in each of these elements. So how did we do that? I will go into different parts of the blocks I showed on the previous slide, and I will start with the global planning part. This is something that was developed during the PhD thesis of Camila Freitas, where she got inspiration for speed planning, just at constant speed. How should we manage this speed? Should we stay constant, or should we make some variation around these constant speed to improve the energy efficiency of the system? And this was inspired just analyzing how athletes, like in races, were doing. And actually, racers are making some oscillation in speed because they want to manage the different sources of energy we have in the body. We have anaerobic sources and aerobic sources, and we need to manage both of them together. And actually, when the PhD student had this hypothesis, we found that in technology, we have similar concept, which is called pulse and glide. So the pulse is the increase in acceleration, and the glide is just gliding here to decelerate, so to decrease the speed. So it was already known in simulation that we might have some better energy consumption like that. and also in trains. It's used in trains. But in this thesis, we proved that on experimentally on test track, on the fuel on thermal engine vehicles, which was not or known previously. Then I included this part of human modeling, this part of human-inspired trajectory planning into the system modeling. Of course, when we are doing trajectory modeling, we can just try to do it directly as the human will do. So for that, there are two different models that have been developed. The first one is for gear change behavior. So you can see here, it's a model about how people change gear from neutral to the first one, etc., to the different gears when shifting up and when shifting down here. And the model is rather simple. It's the three segments you see here. And this has been implemented into informative advanced driver assistance systems in order to help drivers to organize their gear shifting behavior. So this can be used also to make a robotization of a gearbox in an autonomous car. And the second one is about speed behavior. There is a model that is called Intelligent Driver Model from Martin Treiber in Germany, which is just the left part of this equation here. This is a model based on a free acceleration and then acceleration that will be limited when there is a preceding vehicle. But this model does not take into account the curve radius of the road. So we modified this model to include the curvature radius of the road in this part here using V85, which is the 85 percentile of speed of human drivers in curves. And you can see some results of simulation of speed, driver speed, when there is a curved road here. Then another part when we can include human-inspired elements are the constraints and also the objectives of the optimization. First, in the constraint, we constrain the acceleration of the driver because we know from studies, especially studies from Lechner in 1902, that the tolerated acceleration decreases when the speed is increasing. So you can see here an ellipsoid of tolerated acceleration when speed is 0. So longitudinal acceleration and lateral acceleration. And when the speed increases, this ellipsoid will decrease. So we implemented this result into our constraints in optimization. And then the objectives. So the objectives are travel time. This is quite trivial to compute. The energy use. The energy use, we developed some energy use model, especially fuel use model, because we need something simple that can make computation really quick, but also something that can be implemented easily into the optimization process. So we developed this one that is an analytical model, and that has been validated on experimental data and also published. And the second equation you see here is about to estimate comfort in curves. So it's an equation of jerk, the variation of acceleration, in order to maximize the comfort of the passengers in autonomous cars. Okay, so I will go a bit deeper in the multi-objective optimization process now. So about some work that has been done using grid-based algorithm. So the first one we have done was with linear scalarization. So a linear combination of the cost function. You can see here the equation, which is the weighted sum of the different functions. So you have seen the function before. So we just added some weight to these functions. And we made a discretization to the space. And here we optimized the speed of the vehicle according of the distance of the tree. So you can see this is a A-star algorithm, just analyzing the dots that are black, and the green dots are just candidates but not evaluated. And you can see the final trajectory that has been designed. So that is copying with the speed limits, but also here it was designed to minimize the travel time. So this is maximum speed here. And another method also with linear scalarization, which is ant colony optimization. This is because this method is rather low to make computation and cannot be used in real time. So we used ant colony optimization. The principle is we use some artificial ants and we set them on a trip. The first one will go purely randomly on the trip to reach the end of the trip here. But the following ones will choose to follow or not the trip according to a probability, which is proportional or which depends on the quantity of pheromone that has been set on the trip by the preceding ant. And of course, this pheromone will disappear with time, but it will increase if several ants are going on the same trip. So we have a convergence after several iterations, and you can see here in red with the same problem of maximizing the speed, the optimal solution. Okay, I say optimal, but actually ant colony optimization is not proven to be optimal. Then another trajectory planning using linear scalarization is presented here. It is called MOSA for multi-optimization speed algorithm. And the idea is to use functions like you have seen before, like Bezier curves or any other curves. But here, instead of using this kind of just mathematical functions, we used the intelligent driver model I presented before. So that's where we included the human driver into our trajectory planning. So we split the trips into parts according to the speed limit we can see in red here. And then we define the speed that will be taken by the vehicle using the intelligent driver model mathematical functions here. And when we look at this figure, we see that we have just 5 variables, and we just optimized these 5 variables using some simulated annealing, the same that was used in the thesis of Lauren Klossman. And then we made some comparison of this algorithm, generating several speed profiles on the same trip. And we made comparison with the grid-based algorithm you have seen before. So that's the 2 Pareto frontier you have seen on the first, on the previous slide. The blue one is a grid-based algorithm, and the red one is a MOSA, so it's this algorithm. So you can see the Pareto frontier is on the left of the blue one, the red one. So it's better on this part, but it cannot find solution on the top here. So with lower travel time, but higher fuel consumption. This is because we made some constraint here on the shape of the speed profile that was not done on the previous one. And the dots here, it's experimentation. So it's human drivers here. The red one are normal drivers, and the green one are eco drivers. So you notice that some driver did better than the algorithm. Actually, they were overspeeding. So that's why they did better. Then, still in this multi-objective trajectory planning, I want to show some ideal method, because I really trust that this method will be the future of trajectory planning. And here, this is a method that was used also in a reactive way, meaning that we plan the trajectory on some distance, but we will keep just the beginning of the distance that corresponds to the reaction time of the driver. And then we will replan, we will do some replanning on the visibility distance of the driver. So as I said before, the idea of ideal methods is to converge towards the Pareto front. You can see on this figure the objective space in terms of travel distance. So it might be the same as time. So if you maximize the distance, you minimize the distance. And there you can see a Pareto frontier showing with the optimal solution in red. Some of them are on the left because it was a 3-dimensional problem here. I just showed two dimensions. And here I used an algorithm called SPEA2, Strength Pareto Evolutionary Algorithm 2, because it was a new version. And the principle of this method is to evaluate the solution not directly using the cost function of the optimization problem, but relying on two different criteria. The first one is called R, is the strength, actually, it's the raw strength of the solution. So if you see a solution here in red, its strength is much higher than a solution here on the right, because it is dominating a wide set of different solutions that were generated by the algorithm. So it means the strength of this solution is high and the strength of the solution on the right is low. Then the second factor is called D for density. So this is because we want a solution to be far the one from the other. We don't want them to be all together in one point. So the idea is to have a high density value when the solution are far the one from the others. So here is the equation to compute this density factor. And then we will have the evaluation function of each of these solutions. Okay. And then from that, we build in one iteration of the algorithm, we build the whole Pareto frontier at once. So just to make a synthesis of all these methods, and I will accelerate because I think time is running fast. This is all the different methods I've been testing. There is even a new one since my publication since I sent the report to all of you in the jury. And so there are 3 operational search. So if you know what is research, the end colonies I presented, the MOSA, a genetic algorithm that was used during my PhD thesis. I did not present it today. And the SPEA2 I presented just before. And I noticed from all this simulation and experimentation that the grid-based algorithms are really costly. It needs a heavy computational time to be efficient and cannot be used in real time. So it can be useful for other applications like decision planning at higher level, but not for real-time planning. Then the end colony optimization on the other way is really efficient for that, but then it's very sensitive to some parameters, and also we know it's not theoretically optimal solution. Then the other algorithm that were developed, like the MOSA, is something in between. We have a representation with IDM model, like human modeling, and it can compute in real time, depending on the speed. At least the new version I will show you after can compute in real time. But the structure is also near optimal because we are just optimizing segment by segment. It's not a global optimization on the whole tree. And the final one, it costs a lot in terms of computation also, but I find this is the best solution in terms of richness of the solution we will have. And what I did not say before is, okay, when you make some multi-objective optimization, you don't have one solution, you have a set of solutions. So how can you drive an autonomous car with a set of solutions? So we need to choose one, either by manual tuning. So we can say, okay, the passenger will just choose the preferences in the car, but we can have also some autonomous learning, like in shared-driven vehicles. We can set up a learning process. When the driver is driving, we can compare his result to the trajectory planning and just check which is the weight the driver is using. So some kind of online driving behavior analysis. And then we can apply this weight we have selected from the drivers directly when driving autonomously. Okay, this part has been defined in a very interesting book that is just behind me, which is about multi-objective optimization using evolutionary algorithm from Professor Den, which is a main reference of all my works. Then what about a fleet of vehicles? So this is mainly dealt in the 2 PhD theses of Mating 2 and also Jeremy Leroy. And you can see here some results of Jeremy who worked on the modeling of the risk as it might be felt by human drivers, and how we can apply them to autonomous vehicle. So this is a kind of ontology, a classification of the risk related to different elements of the whole system of vehicle, infrastructure, drivers, and other elements of the system. And here just some simulation about the risk as it has been simulated here by Jeremy. Okay, a fourth axis of my research was about developing the driving assistance systems. So the first one I spoke about was smart and green adaptive cruise control that was developed using the grid-based algorithm that we presented, that I presented before. And the idea was, of course, to minimize the energy use of an electric vehicle. And you can see here some simulation about the state of charge of the battery in a scenario where we were just decelerating. You can see in green the state of charge of the smart and green ACC, the SAGA function, and in blue, a normal ACC function. So we were able to recharge the battery in this case while using our new function. Into the EcoDriver project, it was optimization process that was programmed into an Android application that was used by some people in real testing. So you can see here the interface that was based on the game theory, the interface of the application, and we also worked on some decision unit about how to display all the different HMI. So this project was led by the University of Leeds a few years ago. Then very recent work, this is not in the report. This is the extension of the MOSA algorithm I just showed before. It has been improved in order to have something more continuous for the signal, in order to facilitate the task of the control algorithm that will be behind this trajectory planning. So the control algorithm is a predictive control, and so we need to provide him something smooth in order to avoid any stabilization problem. And you can see here the Pareto frontier that has been simulated. This is the first simulation. The experiment will be in November on the Versailles test track. You can see the trip we have selected here with the scenario. And during these experiments, we will also test the acceptability of passengers. So in autonomous mode, we will have passengers and we will just ask them how did they feel about the autonomous speed profile they have used. And of course, our assumption is that using human modeling, we should increase acceptability. That's just an assumption. Another one that has nothing to do with trajectory planning, but this was an idea from 2016 about cycling assistance system that is called Biker. And now we are working with Yacine Idir in a cooperation with Estaca School in France. And we want to build a pollution map in order to make, there is still some planning in it, to optimize some cycling commands in bicycles. And you can see here the first step about building a pollution map that was done by Yacine, using some statistical models to rebuild data that we cannot access from mobile sensors that will be spread in the city. And okay, the fifth axis, after I will go quickly to my conclusions because it's almost 1 hour now. It's about experiments. So I spoke about experiments in EcoDriver project with a smartphone. So 10 people drove during 6 months, 2 months without the application and 4 months with the application. And we checked for the results about using. So we have a statistically significant reduction of energy use, about 2.5%. So it's not a lot, but it's proven and it's naturalistic study. So I think it's still interesting results. And other systems in the project gave better results in global conditions. Then into the Gamicar project, we also made some testing of an eco-driving assistance systems, but it was in a controlled test, meaning it was on the same trip for all drivers on the same car. So you can see the car on the top. So the trunk is equipped, but the front just has the screen for displaying the interface. And here we found a reduction of consumption about 8%, also statistically significant, but in control experiment. So we need to think about that when comparing with the previous results. Then the last one about the experiment, simulation. I still want to show that, even if it's quite old, 2011, because it was one of the first simulation on eco-driving impact in traffic simulation. And it showed that on some specific scenarios, if 100% of people were practicing eco-driving, we could have an increase of energy use. So this also was a clue to be sure that we need to take into account human factors when we do some trajectory planning in order to avoid this kind of results. Okay, that's kind of beginning my conclusion, just about speaking about my scientific project in the future. I want to continue my work on the methodological axis I presented in the beginning. I think it's important, and I need to be even more methodological in my work. Then about disciplinary work, I know I need to concentrate more on my specific field in order to be more efficient on this part of trajectory planning, and this is something I already started. I will continue my cooperation on industry field, especially on the biker project I showed before. Of course, I'm deputy director of the Pixel laboratory, and this is a new laboratory. So we have a lot of work to do with Eric Dumont, the director of the lab, and with all the agents of the laboratories together to build something interesting, especially on interdisciplinarity. My international work plan, of course, is to continue work with China. I'm investing a lot, even personally, on that point. Then on my pedagogic project, of course, I will continue all my lectures in the different schools because it's only a few amount of hours. But we are developing a project which is called Miniville. You see here on the right some figures that were drawn by Jacques Erlich. That's a project we have initiated also together with Estaca. This is about making a small city about 1/10 scale with autonomous vehicle inside. And we want to use this platform for educational use together with Estaca, but also other partners. Okay, some discussions. Honestly, I think being a researcher is being a chameleon. We are making communication, we are writing papers, we are tutoring students, we are managing human resources, we are managing technical stuff, sensors, algorithm, but also some kind of philosophical questions. It's like really like being a chameleon. So we always are changing. So I think finally that's normal if my profile is a bit pluridisciplinary with automatics, with robotics, a bit together, but also other disciplines. And now the challenge I need to tackle in the future, I said I need to concentrate on my field, but I also need to keep this pluridisciplinary approach and even going up to really interdisciplinary. So to take more into account works coming from human factors researchers and other researchers. On the pure technical part, I know I need to compare on the objective side all my algorithm, because now I have a kind of subjective comparison. Some of them have been compared, but not all. So I need to do that one. I need to take the time to do that. And I also need to work on something more reactive, because you have seen it's not that much reactive what has been developed in these years. I also wanted to speak about some issues I had. I had huge issues with student tutoring. That's my biggest failures, I will say, in my career now. I had some students who haven't done. I have to improve on this side. I use some methods, and I will continue to use some methods to improve myself on this part, even from the recruiting part. And also I had some issues in human resources management at the laboratory level, managing some conflicts. I was not prepared. Now I'm starting to know a bit about that, but when it happened first, it's a bit of a shock. Then just to give the final slide, the conclusions, I've been developing several methods of multi-objective trajectory planning, taking into account human factors in modeling, in constraints, in objective, in several ways. I worked on eco-driving modeling in this system, on experiments, in different kind of experiments with people really aware of this kind of experimental plan much more than me. And my result is 14 years of research, about 60 publications and more than 20 students. 3 have defended now and 3 are ongoing. And I still know I have many ways for improving. So thank you very much, everyone. Sorry for being so long. Now I leave the floor to you, Mr. the President, and to the jury questions.
Thank you, Dr. Orfila. Very nice presentation. Yes, a little long, but I like the depth in which you went into, and also the humility with which you ended the presentation. So thank you for that. So we'll start the question and answers now, and we'll start with the reviewers. And I'll ask Dr. Lamnavi Lagarig to start the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to Olivier for this complete and clear presentation, which represents certainly a lot of work. It certainly clarifies part of the manuscript and that we receive in March. And also it's good to have included some new results. So I will not comment or ask question about the first part of the manuscript about your various activities and responsibilities. You summarize it also a bit too long in the first part of your presentation. It is indeed quite evident that they cover all the required ones for obtaining the habilitation dirigée de recherche degree. Before going to the scientific part itself, I will like also mentioning the originality regarding the style of certain parts of your manuscript, in particular the chapter 4, and also you did it at the end of the presentation. Indeed, it's not too very common to list the difficulties encountered on a human level and the practical difficulties. So you did it in with honesty, clarity, and modesty. So thanks for this. Now some comments and questions about the scientific part. I have some general ones and 1 or 2 more technical. So concerning general comment. The new version you sent mid-March take in fact into account my comment about the fact to add state of the art. So thank you to have included it. However, I believe it does not reflect, fully reflect what I have in mind. In particular, the fact to position your work with respect to the rigorous one developed by the control community using in fact a vehicle model. So for instance, I am thinking of the work in France by Ali Charara and Ren Talj from Compiègne, and some others certainly in France. And in the world, I can think about Emilio Frazzoli, who wrote a very nice, excellent survey about the methodologies in 2016. And also we had a survey in Annual Reviews in Control by Dixit in 2018. So my first question is, how you position your work simply with respect to this rigorous method, and do you envision some time in your future to collaborate with some other team working on this method, or is completely different of your approaches? Yeah, so that's my first question, general question.
Okay, thank you very much, Françoise, for your comments. Thank you also for really proofreading in details the manuscript, and I really noticed that it was lacking maybe one of the most important parts. So I did some huge modification between the two versions, and I really thank you about that. Then about positioning my work into this different framework you were speaking about, especially about the control community. It's true that I've been regarding what they are doing, even if not doing it myself. What probably I should have done as a PhD in automatic, and also quite aware of the advantages of that can give this method in terms of robustness, in terms of stability, in terms of controllability. Of course, this is maybe the elements that are absent from my works, and that should be included more. And that's probably what I wanted to say when I said I need to go deeper into my disciplinary axis, more theoretic. And that's why I have somewhere a book that lent me the head of my department. I cannot reach it. Okay, I will still let it behind, the book from Krotov about optimal control theory. So I know I need to add this part to be sure that when my algorithm will be more interactive with, for example, with some car in front, with some other obstacle, I will be able to do something that is controllable, that is stable, because I've never worked on the problem of stability now. So that's a big difference. So first, I think this is on the theoretic part of automatic. Then on the most global part of optimization, of course, again, the theoretical method using optimal control as a predictive control or other control method like minimization constraints, we can find something that is theoretically optimal, that I never did also, because I still kept this practical optimization on my planning. So I know this can also be used, but the advantage I have is that maybe my algorithm can be more easily than this other algorithm, more easily transferred to different kind of vehicles, different kind of lightweight passenger cars, but even trucks, or even, as we saw in the beginning, to ships, to trains, and really other kind of categories that would need a complete, maybe, rethinking of the theoretic framework in these other studies. But still, I have cited some of these works in the literature review, but not going into this. You're right. But
Okay.
Okay, I hope I answered the question.
It was a difficult question, so thank you.
Yeah,
Olivier.
sure. The first one was hard.
But it was to be asked. So
yeah.
Thank you for your answer. So your great originality of your work consists in being inspired by humans to plan trajectories. And generally speaking, as you show very clearly in your presentation, it is a question of finding trajectory corresponding to co-driving, multi-objectives, and to reduce energy consumption and maximize comfort without increasing time and the risk of accidents. So I have two also general questions here, because you said you wrote at the beginning of your manuscript that I always consider that the state of the elements surrounding the vehicle is known and predictable. So this hypothesis seems to me indeed very strong. So general question, is it really the case in your study, or are you considering some time as you lowering a little bit this hypothesis? Understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Did I took into account some kind of stochastics element from the environment? Actually, I did that in experimentations where perception was implied. So of course, I could not say that what I have is perfect, but then I just used some tricks, I would say, working on some constraints, so to be sure that my solution will be feasible. So it was kind of trick to take that into account. So that's why my hypothesis was really strong. And actually, this hypothesis is clearly too strong, but this is how I worked up to now. What I can do in the future is that there is a topic that is really interesting between perception and planning, which is called behavior prediction, behavior about obstacles, vehicles, but also about pedestrian. And actually, we can use some planning algorithm to estimate what will be the future behavior of these obstacles. And this would be a way of taking into account the stochastics behavior of this obstacle we have around. So this was maybe the first thing I had in mind now. But okay, maybe I can also work, but did not that now in terms of control theory on this field also, on this question.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. Second general question. In general, how do you show that the stability of the system is achieved and preserved, whatever the planned trajectory? And how do you take into account the dynamics of the vehicle and its tires, for instance?
For the first question, how do I take into how do I check the stability?
Yes.
Actually, I don't. I'm direct. I don't, because in the static way I'm programming the multi-objective optimization, the trajectory is planned in order to be stable because of its because of the function description. So I don't have the control behind, which might be oscillating on it, and that's why I was saying in the I had to make the MOSA 2 algorithm, because MOSA 1 was not compliant for stability. So I check posteriori check of stability, not making like phase analysis, phase diagram of my work, or any theoretical proof of this stability. And this was also because I just have one vehicle now. But I think the main problem we have in this kind of speed trajectory planning is several vehicles in a row stability. And and this has to be checked, because this has been proven already, like what we have in adaptive cruise control, that if you put more than 3 of them in a row, then we will have instability for the 4th one. So again, it's an objective on this part. And then the second question about how do I take vehicle dynamics. I'll take the most detailed modeling I can in this optimization process, which is a bicycle model using some tire modeling. So depending on the algorithm, sometimes I will use some Pacheco modeling or the Dugoff modeling. So it's non-linear models. And in some of them, I will just keep some kind of Coulomb friction model, just to have the linear part of this simulation, because usually human constraints are much higher than vehicle dynamics constraint. So it's quite rare that in real situation we will reach the non-linear parts of the dynamics before reaching the psychological limits. So I sometimes make also this assumption.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the details. Yeah, thank you. So maybe 2 technical questions. In the Jérémy Leroy thesis about the impact of autonomous vehicle trajectory planning strategies on traffic and energy consumption. So I understood about how you define energy consumption and so on, and comfort. But what about traffic? I mean, how it is represented in as a state, or how do you study this impact, in fact, on the traffic?
Okay, your question maybe is has 2 sides in this kind of multi-objective optimization. We will have the traffic side. Sorry, I start to be tired. We will have the variables about the state as a variable, but also the objectives. So the variables will be individual variables for each of the agents in the traffic. So now Jeremy has made a list of candidates for variables we can manage. Like we can have the average speed, we can have the maximum speed. Most of the time it's related to speed. And then we have the evaluation, the evaluation on the objective, which is more global. So we will be on a network, and then we can have the average lost time on the network. We can have the average queue lengths at intersection. We can have the average travel time of each of the vehicles. Again, we have a list. Now we just have a list of candidates because Jeremy is now at the stage we has programmed a framework for making the simulation. He has programmed some risk indicators. So we can consider that these indicators can be some variables in our optimization framework. So now he is at this stage. So I cannot tell you exactly what will be the variables and the objectives, but I gave you some examples now.
Okay, thank you. Second one is about nonlinear scalarization. Sorry. In fact, I didn't get your own contribution on this, because you use an algorithm which is already a genetic algorithm, which is already in the literature. So what was your main contribution on this? And also, did you use other algorithm? Because you said by introducing this part, you say that there are several algorithms, and you show only one. So did you play on another algorithms?
Okay.
Just for the nonlinear scalarization.
Yeah, yes, the nonlinear scalarization is a work actually I've done in my PhD thesis. This is one tentative I had on the multi-objective optimization. It was the only time I used that. So this is your second question. For the first one, this is a complete homemade genetic algorithm. So the problem of genetic algorithm when you have a trajectory is that the points, so the genes in the genetic algorithm are linked the one to the other. We have a temporal link which is related to the vehicle modeling, and actually we need to find a solution how we can deal with this temporal link that is not present normally in genetic algorithm. So it's called, there is a theory about that, which is about dynamic system genetic algorithm. So it's differential genetic algorithm. So I implemented one way of managing that. So it's a way in giving more importance on the first point of the trajectory than the last point. So this was my contribution. And, and the second part was about the nonlinear scalarization. You need to build a nonlinear cost function. And this is just by expert. We cannot do it otherwise than expert analysis using some model from the literature, or just, in this case, it was partially by the literature and by me.
So it's you that defines the nonlinear function of cost?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It was me.
Thanks.
But it was dangerous. It was a dangerous hypothesis.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot. So finally, regarding the table, it's very interesting, the table who compares, who gives a qualitative comparison of planning algorithms. This was very good. Just a small question. Did you compare them on the same case study?
Yes, some of them were compared together. So the A-star, Thermal, Gistra, and Moza, three of them were compared together. The other one, they have been run on the same scenario, but not with a full comparison like I should do, meaning this way, comparing the Pareto frontier. So comparing the optimality of the different algorithms. So here I showed that none of the algorithm is dominating the other. Like this one find interesting solution, especially in terms of fuel use, but cannot find other solution here. So that's how I saw that even if grid-based algorithms are not used that much because of computational time, they can bring something interesting that functional algorithm cannot bring. And this is the only comparison I've done. And I think it was a comment also in the report from Feti that I need to make some comparison between them, especially because we built some library on that with Judicael Abecassis that is used mainly for online trajectory. I mean, online on a website. We have a website. We can select origin, destination, and check the speed that has been planned by the different algorithms.
Okay, so I will end here. Thanks again for your excellent presentation and the final improved version of your manuscript. I would like to congratulate for your original contribution, which is open, numerous, and fruitful research perspective. Maybe we will discuss perspective later on with my colleagues.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Professor Lamnabi-Lagarigue. Next, we will move to Professor Wesdo.
I cannot hear you.
You are muted.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Olivier. And first of all, thank you for the invitation, but also thank you for this very clear presentation. And also, it's called defense. So you are really making some arguments about your approach. So maybe just general comments at the beginning, and then I will go deeply in some question, which about once again we are not a jury of a PhD. We are jury of HDR, meaning that we have the assumption that you already you are graduated from PhD. So we are discussing about the next step, about the future. So first of all, general comment is about your approach, and maybe what is interesting in your let's say career. You are managing two aspects. You are managing what we call your own research, your own subject contribution, so research contribution, but also you are worrying about how you can help the community, how you can help the students to make some kind of, let's say, optimization, because you are so multi-objective optimization. You applied it for your own research, but also how you can manage, how you can expand all these aspects for also managing the research. So I think it's very interesting because this gives us some argument that you will have, in my own point of view, you will have a nice future career. This is really I'm very glad and it's honest to say this. So this is the first comment, general comment. So when we go now deeply in the contribution, because you are speaking about several PhD students that you are already co-supervised, but because officially you cannot be the supervisor of these PhD students. And to complement the Francois' point of view, which is based also, of course, on theoretical aspects about the control theory, I wanted to push now the discussion about the applications. Because what is interesting also, of course, we need to prove that this algorithm is stable. We need also that this kind of theory, we can prove it. We can, let's say, mathematical basics permit to ensure that it converges or it's stable. I'm wondering how you can prove, not prove, but how you can choose the application or the applicability of the several algorithms that you already mentioned in your table of comparison. So I already asked this in my report. I'm wondering how we can compare them in terms of applicability, in terms of real-time consumption, how we can push them on experimental results, because what is interesting in your approach that you want to go from modeling, simulation to experiment. So my first question is about that. What are the best algorithms that you suggest us to put them in VDECOM autonomous vehicle prototype?
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Fethi, for your comments. I would like to try them all in your prototype. No, without joking, you're totally right that each of these algorithms might have different application. And now I have some expert guess about how they can apply to which application. Like the most simple one we had about like end colony optimization, for example. We already use them for that. We can use that for route planning. Like I think Antonio is a real expert in route planning, so he would probably agree with me that we have a speed profile that is assumed when we are doing speed planning. Generally, when you go on Google Maps, you check your itinerary, it will be constant speed segment. But in reality, it's never like that. We have a speed profile. So the route planning is clearly related to the trajectory planning. It has an impact. So the idea would be to use this kind of algorithm inside a multi-scale route planning algorithm. So this can be used, I would say, immediately, because it's already running on some server we have here at the FR University. So this is one application. This is out of vehicle. Then on the vehicle, the first one we selected was version 2 of MOSA, multi-objective speed algorithm, which has been selected first. So now it's not implemented in VDCOM vehicle, but we want to do it. We really want to do it. So the first step will be to just implement the results of the algorithm and make a kind of replay of the results, like the speed profile. We will replay the speed profile on the test track just to check about controllability, stability, but also about acceptability of the passengers that will be in the vehicle. So this is the first step. Of course, we need to make it, to improve it. I have nothing ready now that will make a level 4 vehicle. We need to improve it. It's not a lot, but if we go step by step, we can validate this first application. We will have something that, as far as I know, really few prototypes have in terms of energy management and trajectory planning. So, okay, that's the first step, I would say. I would avoid to program a heavy algorithm like SPE at A2, that is too much time consuming. But in the future, if we have maybe more efficient computers, I think it would be the best solution to have this kind of algorithm. I don't know.
As you know, if we manage to implement some kind of algorithm, it will be in some cars. As in cars means some limited computation resources because it will cost some money. So we can discuss about that.
Yeah, and there is the question also of energy we are using to save energy.
Yeah.
we need to make a global kind of life cycle evaluation of this.
Exactly. As far as I understood, all your algorithms that you already developed are based on, in my mind, strong assumption. Since you assume that the environment is so already known or predictable. So my question is now, what happened if you have some really perturbation like interaction with pedestrian or something that is not already known, and what happened? What happened with this kind of algorithm? What is the maybe the best algorithm will be with robust about this external perturbation?
I can tell you how we did in the eFuture project.
Yeah.
We had some grid-based algorithms, so quite time-consuming. We could not do some high-frequency replanning. Like that, this is the dream of trajectory planning, to have high-frequency replanning. This is not possible, it costs too much. And what we did in this project, we had a multi-model controller, and we were just switching, like a multi-state controller, and we were just switching from one to the other. Honestly, it would be kind of temporary situation. It's not optimal. But what I think is, anyway, we will have this kind of technology on autonomous car. I give an example, like for emergency situation. In emergency situation, even a simple trajectory planning, like we know, like potential fields or Bezier curves or something like that, will not be efficient in emergency situation because it's not reactive enough. So there are specific algorithms in this case, like we have a student now working on that, like the elastic bands or specific potential fields. And so we will still have this kind of multi-model control in the car, and we will need to switch sometime to be more reactive. The planning we have maybe is more, not street level, but like I presented somewhere, I don't remember where in the presentation, like 20 meters. So it cannot be very reactive.
Okay. One more technical question, please. If you go to the slide 26, where we are speaking about three criteria about comfort. Yeah, because travel time, we can put it in some kind of equation or scalar, let's say scalar measurement of this travel time. Energy use, we can also manage it about some, let's say, equation or evaluation with quantitative evaluation. But the comfort, it seems to be like some kind of subjective criteria. So you try to introduce this in kind of equation based on the jerk. So how you are confident about this, and is there any in your opinion, another way to measure or to integrate this aspect, because your feeling about your comfort in a car, it's maybe quite different of mine of Tariq one's. So how it is human being dependent, including these aspects, and I think that basing it only on the jack is maybe not so large or so including people feeling.
Okay, thanks for this question. I'm glad and not glad at the same time that you asked it, because it's maybe one of the most difficult thing we wanted to solve at one point. Because this way of taking jerk into account is kind of public transportation way of taking comfort into account. Like, I want to limit the jerk because if I have someone standing in the bus, he will just fall. So this is the basic. And at the same time, I'm glad because in the thesis of Karima Hamdi, this was the main topic we were discussing. About how to deal with comfort, and we finally said that it could be everywhere in the framework of planning that I presented here. It could be almost everywhere. It could be in the global planning. It could be in the constraint, like it has been given here. It could be in the multi-objective representation. But what we listed first. So of course the constraint they can be extended first, because it's not only a matter of jerk. Comfort is also related to acceleration, even if a lot of research showed that jerk was more felt by the drivers. We can have also comfort, I don't know, in terms of speed. Just do you feel the speed is comfortable because the car is going really fast? Okay, just some constraint. But then we can include it in the modeling. Like we can select specific modeling to have comfortable driving. And I think maybe that's the way, I'm not sure because I'm not in the source code of VDECOM prototype, but I think maybe it's the way VDECOM solved this issue at first, checking some comfortable speed profile and implementing them in the car so it will be comfortable with people inside. And I confirm it's comfortable.
Yeah.
And the last way, maybe the more innovative, is about making an interactive development of the multi-objective optimization. There is a way of making a multi-objective optimization I did not speak about, which is called interactive. It's a kind of third family. There are scalarization, ideal method, but also interactive, where the solutions are showed to a panel of participants, and they just select which are the best solution. And little by little, the algorithm will converge to optimal solution according to the participant panel. And this is something we wanted to test. We could not, unhappily, but this is something we wanted to test. We putting a panel of participants on simulator and making them try, asking some acceptability questionnaire, and little by little going to optimal solution.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. I want to push you in this way, and thank you for the answer. And I will let Samantha for sure ask you some question about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure. So let's move to the future and your project or your scientific project. So maybe you, in my opinion, you spent a lot of time in presenting what you did. This is very interesting. But in kind of this defense, what is interesting is what you will do and what are your opinion, because you will be habilité à diriger des recherches. That means that you will be your own director in the new research direction. So what is interesting is speaking about the future and the scientific aspects. Of course, you as usual, you are trying to balancing on your feet about scientific and pedagogic aspects, which is very interesting. But I will have a remark about that. But let's focus mainly on the future. So if I see this kind of list, you are trying to do a lot of things. Of course, you are working hard. I know this guy very well, so he is working very hard. But please give us your choice. I mean, you have 5 or 6 items. Please, can you tell us what is P1, P2, P3, and so on? Because they are really quite different, and each one of them we will take maybe 24 hours a day to push them. So what is your choice in this kind? Do you want to be a startup founder, or you wanted to push methodological axis, or go to China to lead a lab there? What are your priorities?
Okay, very hot question.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are listening now. So, okay, honestly, if I just limit to the scientific project, which is now on the slide, my 2 priorities are the disciplinary and the research structure. This one are the 2 I put first now, but I did not speak about that in the presentation, but I am now following course to have a bachelor degree in Chinese literature and culture. So it's taking me about 20% of my time on 1 year. So this year is my last year. So at least for this year, I will continue on the last one here. But clearly, my 2 priorities are now on the disciplinary and on the research structures. So we have ambitious projects, ambitious ideas at different levels with different structures. So this one are clearly my 2 priorities. The industry by care, I already had some discussion with responsible here at the university. I said, I'm okay to found it, to launch it, but I cannot go work there. So it means launching with finding the people who can hold the project. So we already have some potential candidates that already implied in the project. And this is clearly not the priority. We want to first make the scientific ground on this project. Otherwise, the company will just die, because we need to have competitiveness differentiation. And the first part is about scientific part.
Okay. Thank you, Olivier. If you go to the next slide, if I remember, maybe the next slide or the discussion. Once again, when you are speaking about 40 years from your master, which one? In the last? Yeah. So I made just a very, very simple calculus. 40 years after your master, we are in France, so you need 42 years to work. So you are at the 1/3 of your career. So you are remaining 2/3. So what's your plan about the next 1/3 and the last one?
Okay. The next 1/3, it's 14 years, so it's a very long time.
Yeah.
But I think I will start from the results I have today about a lot of limitation on the work I have done, but also my own perspective about how to make it, to improve it. But my vision, and maybe you saw that in the slide, is that we are going from a very localized problem that, okay, trajectory planning, to something much more global in terms of a city level, in terms of multi-vehicle, that's collective intelligence, that's super organism behaviors, and that's something that we will do. Maybe we will do it in a bad way, with kind of surveillance, too much surveillance using our cars, connected cars. Maybe we will do it in a good way. And I want to work in this field. And something that maybe I was not enough aware of at the beginning of my career is that I'm public servant, and the work I'm doing is for the society first. And that's why I added in the beginning, our development should be oriented towards equalities between the different culture and between the different people. There is no need that people with low income could not use our systems, for example. So when we are managing at a global level, we can work into this direction. So I want to work to make this autonomous vehicle useful for the society. So it's not a threat. It doesn't have to be a friend or even a lover, if I go even further in the robotics. So I want to work in this into this direction. And for the last third of my career, honestly, it's quite far away, but it's maybe probable that autonomous car will be on the road. I don't know. Everything will have been done. I think I can still continue to work on this matter of mobility. And you have seen that the project of Biker is mobility related on a complete different topic. So I think I can adapt in case of in case of evolution of this kind of scientific field. But
thank you, Olivier. It was a very hard question, but it is also interesting to usually to listen to your answers. So I will finish my question or my comments with a comment saying that I really appreciate to discuss with you. I think that you are really brilliant researcher. You have nice future. You will be very the company or the institution that you will hire will be very, 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 very. I think that they will be very happy. So continue in this way, and congratulations for all this ideas or this the passion to push some interesting research for the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Betty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have the floor.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing, Olivier, whether your long-term predictions for like the last third of your career.
Yeah,
how good that is. We'll see. All right, our last reviewer is Professor Laroussi. So, Sharif.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, thank you, Olivier, for the oral presentation. It was very interesting, clear, and it well completes your manuscript. First of all, maybe a general remark. So let me say that the work that you have presented is a real contribution for the development of driver assistance systems and trajectory planning for autonomous vehicles. I think that this work brings together in an intelligent and coherent way different multidisciplinary aspects from the methodology, the multi-objective optimization algorithms, the planning experiments. So it's very, very, very interesting. The perspectives are also rich and relevant from different point of view, scientific, teaching, animation, and supervision of research activities and teams. So congratulations about all that. Now, about the questions, the oral presentation has given some answers for questions I asked in my report. The colleagues asked also very interesting, a lot of questions, but still have a few questions for me. So maybe some technicals then about perspectives and finally open questions. So let's start by the first part. In your activity, you have compared different algorithms, models. For example, if we consider slide 26, you compare the conception model with experiment results, but you don't say for which driving cycle. In general case, what are the driving cycles you have considered? And what do you think about their relevant to test eco-driving strategies? In other words, what do you recommend about normalized driving cycles to test eco-driving strategies?
Okay, thank you very much, Sherif, for your comment, and thank you for your question. So for the driving cycles, so I don't know if it's this slide we are speaking about on the comparison of algorithms here, or is it another one?
Yes, this one, yes, this one, yeah. 26 also.
So
this one is okay.
26, this one? Oh, okay, yes, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, actually it's the same on the two slides. So it's some tests. It's a database that was developed before I arrived in Eiffel University. That was managed by Guillaume Saint-Pierre. We made some experiments in normal driving and eco-driving on a trip that is about 40 kilometers long, which is partly urban, partly interurban road, but no highway. And on this cycle, I made fuel consumption modeling on the slide 26, and also here the speed planning algorithms that we find here. So the comparison here, the dots we have here, it's the human drivers on this database. I got the information of fuel use and time spent for each trips. So I could compare the human drivers to my algorithms. So this is the first answer. Then into this work, I also compare the fuel consumption model to NEDC cycles and WTP test cycles, okay, which are some standard reference.
Yes, of course.
And I think WTP, I think it's quite useful, especially because more and more people are using it. Even if we are aware that car manufacturers, the NEDC was abandoned because there was a discrepancy between car manufacturers' figures and real figures on the road. That was not the case when the cycle was introduced. This is because car manufacturers are adapting to the cycle, and it will clearly be the same with WLTP. And what I think is that for our research in trajectory planning, it's enough to use this kind of profile, but we can also have a look into the Artemis project, who was a project about defining driving cycles that can be used after for validation. It's a kind of bank of different driving cycles, so we can also work with this kind of cycles. But honestly, now I'm limited to this one, or already rich database.
Okay, okay, thank you. It's clear. Another question: you have implemented the Java planning library with different algorithms. This is another important contribution on this work. So are there any recommendations or guidelines for the user regarding the choice of the most, for example, suitable planing method for a specific case? It joins maybe the question of Fethi.
Yes, I don't know if I can call that recommendations, but we have some standards parameters depending on the use cases, and of course different parameters depending on the algorithm that is being used. Like for example, we know that for ant colony optimization, we can use bigger distance step than for grid-based algorithm. So this has been by making testing, by making sensitivity analysis. So we gave kind of standards parameters of the function, but we do not have real guidelines like if you are on this kind of cycles, it's better to use this kind of parameters. But the library enabled the user to make its own sensitivity analysis. So you can have a side software that will run the application with different parameters. And,
okay.
And actually, this is how we are using it now. We have it on a website. So we have an internet web page only accessible from inside Eiffel University now, but you have a list of parameters, you have point of origin, point of destination, and then you can launch the optimization and get your set of optimal solution as a result.
Okay. Once again, on slide 28, when you present the MOSA algorithm in comparison with experimental results, all the experimental results show consumption almost above 1.8 liters. So you have an underestimation of the consumption by the MOSA algorithm and also the Jcastra one. How can explain this underestimation? Maybe the modeling?
We explain that by the fact that human drivers will not accept to drive on this kind of speed profiles that are really low in terms of speed compared to the maximum speed when you have like here like 10 meters per second and the maximum speed is about 20. So the discrepancy is too high. So that's a part of the difference, but you would say, okay, but this one here with a long time are because of traffic on the trips. So the trip was longer and they still use as much as energy as the normal trip. So the main difference, in my opinion, is coming from that this speed profile here are not acceptable. But at least we could make a kind of split, knowing that in autonomous vehicle, we should not use this kind of speed profile here because they are not acceptable from a human factors point of view.
Okay. Okay. Now I have a question about the optimization variables. They are not the same for the different tests. For example, acceleration and steering angle for genetic algorithms, speed for AQ, A star. Would you comment this choice? Why it's different?
Yeah, this is also some experiment I did actually. I wanted to know at some point if I change the variables, what will be the impact. But here, between this one and this one here, the change was just directly due to the optimization choices. Here, I chose to have some function modeling, so I could not have any more this representation. Here, the variables are directly the speed everywhere, the speed at each distance step. But here, we have 5 variables, as you said, that describe acceleration. You see there the acceleration at the end, and the constant speed, and the share of acceleration, acceleration in the end. So that was due to the modeling choice. I was forced to change the variables. So when I make the comparison, I need to take into account that it's not the same variable. It's still in the same solution space. So the solution space is speed distance here, and also here it's speed distance. So I'm still can compare from that point of view. But when I see a difference here between the two algorithms, I am almost sure that it's because of this choice of variables and representation of human modeling, meaning that the human modeling here cannot access to all possible speed profile. But this one here, it can access to any kind of speed profile. So it explains a part of the difference in the two Pareto frontier here. So I would say it's not my choice. I thought it would be better that way.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk about the future, as said by Fethi.
Okay.
For the second axis about perspectives, so you propose generalization of the research problem to develop a planning architecture that takes into account different types of maneuvers and emergencies. And it requires a good understanding, of course, and a good management of the interactions between different types of planning. My question, how to manage the transitions between different planning strategies?
Good question. Not that the sense I have the full answer now. When we did that in the European project, we simply used some kind of decision table to switch from one to another mode of driving. And the most important constraint we had was to avoid any hysteresis in the behavior.
Yes.
So we had to shift the criteria from going from one mode to another in order to make the transition. And this is also a good question, because this is something we want to deal with into the European project we are now, in Trustonomy project. We need to work on the takeover maneuver when the driver needs to take the driving commands. And we need to know exactly what will be the condition to go from one mode to another mode. So we have now a student who is working on this topic. And at the first step, what we will do is the same strategy, like using kind of decision table, but the criteria will be using some risk modeling equations, a bit like in the work of Jérémy Leroy in his thesis, but extended to the specific use cases we have in the Trustonomy project. But it's not done yet.
Okay, thank you. Now, the third axis, you propose a second generalization of the problem of planning trajectories to consider a fleet of vehicles. Mm-hmm. So we move from the system scale to the system of system scale, of course, and we have a significant increase in complexity and a strong impact on the supervision, decision making, and planning strategies. So this opens many questions, but maybe I consider only one question. What will be for you the most adapted supervision system and strategies? It will be embedded, centralized in vehicles, distributed, or a hybrid supervision system?
In the work we started on this question, I have the slide here. The idea was to compare the efficiency of different strategies for hypervision. So like the work in the PhD thesis of Mating 2, where we need this hypervision about all the vehicles. We cannot have something fully centralized. It's clearly too dangerous in terms of resilience, in terms of attack of this central database. It's really too dangerous. It can break down the whole system in a city. The dream would be to have something fully distributed, like really multi-agent. Each of the agent has his own behavior. And that's why we started, I did not display everything on this slide, but we also started using some bio-inspiration algorithms to get inspired from, especially from superorganisms like ants or bees or organisms like that can structure their own behavior. We also looked at some studies like the Harvard kilobots, which is an interesting topic about how we can manage with completely distributed behavioral rules. Then I think we will probably be something in between.
Okay.
But there are many things. There are many things in between. Yeah, hybrid. There are many things in between. So we need to find which would be the best one.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe two last questions,
okay.
Open questions. The modeling is not discussed in the perspectives. So we know that the models are not challenged, maybe. For me, I know that the model is have an important impact on the optimization results. In addition, we have to combine modeling and optimization algorithm. So the couple model optimization algorithm is a key element in the multi-objective optimization problems. So from your point of view, are there already some weak points related to modeling, or it's okay, no work still to be done on modeling?
I think I can only say that we can still have some improvement on some sides of the modelings. And I totally agree with you when you say that we have strong interaction between this modeling and the optimization results we will get. And the constraint I had on some part of the modeling, I think I went as far as possible. Like when I say the vehicle modeling, we probably stay in a bicycle modeling in the best case, bicycle model for the vehicle dynamics. Because it's a bit hard to go higher. Okay, maybe four-wheel vehicle can still be okay with some algorithm which are simplifying the optimization process, but then that will really be the maximum the maximum modeling we can do. But where I think we can improve the modeling would be probably on this side here. I have some human modeling. And we know we have some modeling of the constraint here that are already some simplification of the reality, as well as in jerk, as it was discussed with Feti, and as well in speed here. And the worst is probably here on the speed behavior, because I said, okay, we are using the intelligent driver model from Martin Treiber, but himself, he said that this model is not that accurate. There is another model he has developed that is called human driver model that is taking into account perception inaccuracies. So maybe one first solution could be go to use this one, which is reactive, which has multi-anticipation capacities with several vehicles in front. And using this driver modeling, I can take maybe more into account the remark of Françoise. So thanks for this question, because I never had this idea, but the three of us together, we converged to this idea.
Okay. So my last question is about multi-objective optimization. So how can we simplify the analysis of the results? So if you have two objectives, it's fine. If you have three, it starts to be hard. And it's very complicated if you have more than three objectives. So what would you comment about this problem? Of course, it's in relation with the question of place of high-level information to choose the solution among several optimal solutions offered by the multi-objective planning algorithm. But before selecting or choosing an optimal solution, we need to analyze. So do you have a solution? Do you have an idea about how to simplify the analysis of multi-objective optimization if you have more than three objectives?
Honestly, I have some ideas, but I tried, one of the algorithm I presented was 3 objectives based, the SPEA2. It was time, energy use, and safety. Okay, I use that as objectives. It's really awful in terms of time consumption, time calculation. It's incredible. So going into 4 objectives, you know, the problem is like it's explosive problem. But then even at 3 objectives, your question is still valuable. So how can we manage? We can use some tools from the multi-objective optimization side. I presented the book from Kalmayanov Deb, which is behind. And inside there are some criteria, how to evaluate globally a set of solutions using some specific points into the objective space. Like when you are, where is it? Where you are here, we have some point. For example, if I take the minimum value in time here and the minimum value in fuel, if I cross these 2 lines, I will have a point here. So there is a consideration that the closest point to this one is a good solution. Like it would be this one here, finally. And actually, if I do like that, I found a point that is interesting here in terms of time and energy consumption. So this is an idea. There are other points. There is a list about points into this criteria, into this objective space. But that would be my first idea, maybe, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Olivier, for the presentation, for the answers, and all my congratulations. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharif. We will next move to the examiners. Before we do that, Olivier, are you doing all right? Do you need to take a break, or should we keep going? You've been talking for.
I think if you need to take a break, also maybe we can have a small 5-minute break. But otherwise, I can go.
You can go. Okay, let's continue going then.
Okay.
I think we'll take a break after we're done with all. Yeah. So Professor Jamson, I'll ask you next to see if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, I definitely have some questions. Olivier, thank you very much for your submission. It made really interesting reading. Just some overall feedback, I guess, from one academic to yourself. What struck me that came through extremely well in your written presentation was your enthusiasm for the topic, but also the broad application of your domain. And I think in this day and age of multidisciplinary working, that's really important, not to become very siloed in the way that we work. And I obviously know that you've been sort of venturing out into the human factors and the driver modeling domains, which is really nice to see. And I hope you continue to do so in the future. So I think more of a sort of perhaps a slightly philosophical general question. I noticed on one of your first slides, you approached the definition of how we should view automation, and you mentioned the word slave, boss, and other types of characteristics. I'm particularly interested in the one that you mentioned, teammate. There it is. I'm really glad that I saw the word teammate there. I think it's a nice analogy to have. And from both a scientific point of view, but I guess, you know, we're looking at your future as one of the reviewers has already mentioned, and you will be responsible for the pedagogic and responsible for students, ultimately their careers, and your new and challenging role in the new institution. I think it's really important to understand what teammate really means. So first, I'd like to explore with you what you think the characteristics of an autonomous vehicle in terms of a good teammate would look like, but also how you would assess that you've developed a good teammate.
Thanks a lot, Samantha. Very hard question to start with.
It's been easy so far, yeah?
Thanks. It's been hard already, but it's an interesting question. We had also some kind of discussion like that. You know, we have lots of psychologists internally at Eiffel University. And actually, I found this term teammate about 1 week ago when I checked the work of Kurek, and I was checking for someone who made a classification of this scale here from enemy to a friend. And it's not exactly like that in his work. It's something I modified here. But for me, a teammate is someone you can work with, you can count on him or her, exactly like we are doing in a team. You can trust him or her. You can also know that he or she could make errors and accepting them. So there are a lot of factors, but it's not necessarily a friend, because a friend, there is some strong emotional relation. Maybe in a teammate, the emotional relationship will be lower than with a friend. So this is more like with a professional. So there is a notion of respect between the machine and between the human. Like finally, the machine is able to feel something. I think we call that sentient machine. I don't know if it's right pronunciation, but sentient machine in English. The machine can feel what the human feels, kind of empathic, but not necessarily as a friend. For me, that's point of view of the Knight Rider is really a caricature. I don't know we say that, an exaggeration of how we can cooperate with a machine, and this is not something I would like to have in a car. Just imagine a friend of some thieves or hackers or or criminals. What it could give. So teammate was something I was aiming at, and how to evaluate the relation with that, that's clearly out of my skills, that's a question still interesting. I would like to discuss about how we can evaluate that. That should be some questionnaires about emotion, about how you feel about your car. There is one chapter of the book of Isaac Asimov, which is about a woman who got a gift, a robot to assist her in a daily task. It's a robot boy, and she fell in love with that robot, and she could not admit it. So how can we manage to check that the frontier has not been crossed between a teammate and a friend? This is something, if I speak about that now, it will really be just non-expert answer, but maybe with kind of questionnaires about emotions, about trust.
Okay, I'm not going to push you anymore, but it's really nice to see you admit that you need to go and explore. That's definitely a really good characteristic to have. And I think that, yes, questionnaires and those kind of subjective measures are helpful, but in the end, if you have a teammate, if you're playing football or whatever that you don't trust, do you pass the ball to them? Possibly not. So there are some good objective measures out there. It would be nice to explore, I think. Okay. So that sort of just touching on the interdisciplinary nature of your research, and I guess from me, Olivier, you might expect a question regarding aviation, possibly. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. From your general reading in AVs and perhaps wider, are there lessons that we can learn from the field of aviation such that we don't make the same mistakes? Or is there something very particular about autonomous vehicles, road traffic vehicles, such that we don't really need to go and revisit the problems and the solutions in aviation?
No, I really think you're right, and we need to get inspired by aviation, but also from other fields like are listed here. But this part is just about the multi-objective optimization, so it's a specific specific view about automation here. But of course, the modeling in aviation has to be much more detailed than the modeling, at least in my point of view, than the modeling in the automotive area. Maybe we'll have a lot of lessons to learn in terms of safety, especially when we are speaking about managing a fleet of planes. I don't know, like the control tower needs to manage the interaction between the different planes. And there are already a lot of methodologies and a lot of rules about how to manage these interactions. So I think we can get inspired from that to include it into the multi-agent trajectory planning. Then we can already see that in aviation we have some kind of hybrid planning. We have the central control tower, but then we have someone in the plane who can pilot, but who can also continue in autopilot mode. So we have real hybrid solution here. So for sure we can learn a lot from that. And also because, sorry, I wrote area, but it's aviation. Here we have some really specific algorithms that were developed for aviation that can be transposed directly to the automotive field. So that's why I put this reference here, because I really feel that we are working separately, like other fields are all using the ideal methods, but in autonomous car, we are all relying on the scalarization. Why? So there is a break here. There is a hole between both sectors. And okay, I had other thing in mind, but I forgot about.
It's okay. That's the problem, isn't it? You know, you've hit on it. We, as humans, we can't hold everything in our heads at one time. We need our teammate to maybe remind us and help us through those high workload situations, which pilots and drivers are also faced with every day. Okay, and then just maybe one last question on pedagogy. You've mentioned PhD students.
Yeah.
I've seen you in action, Olivier, with your sort of pedagogic skills with your junior researchers. I haven't seen you supervise PhD students. I guess, and you mentioned PhD students, I think that's a real problem we all have in terms of having a good stream of really keen PhD students in our area. And I often find that they come from my large group teaching. That's where they kind of stream through. So you mentioned that you've already done some large group teaching in different institutions. I'd be interested to know how you approach understanding the baseline level of knowledge in a large group of students, such that you neither deliver material that is too complex nor too simple. What are your strategies for evaluating and monitoring your delivery?
Thanks a lot, Samantha. I heard remarks, also advice in your comments. And for this question, when I started my first lectures, I wanted that every student could understand all of my teaching. So I did not want to adapt my slides. I wanted, or what I wanted to teach. I wanted to take the time that everyone has this knowledge. And I saw that it was impossible. And I have a kind of iterative approach. So every year I change my way of teaching. I am quite lucky because my teaching are short. As you may have seen, the longest one is about 20 hours. So, and I'm reproducing in different schools the same kind of teaching. So I need to adapt because the school doesn't have the same level first, because they doesn't have the same selection level. But then it helped me to changed the way I am teaching. So I'm always adapting my slides so that most of them understand what have been done. I accept to lose a few of them, and I also accept that the best one could have learned more. So it's a bit hard. It's a real philosophical question in global education at even country level. Do we want to breed elites? So we just teach the most, the highest level, or do we want to breed a generation of teammates who might have the same level of understanding? So that's an important question. I think that in France, we decided to give the chance to everyone. So that's why I would say in some way it's a kind of mediocrity that like some people are claiming. But I think in this field we should accept that we have average, high level, and we should push them little by little to increase their level. But apart from that, I don't have specific methodology for managing that.
I think good students will always do very well, even without your help. So I think, accepting a few casualties along the way is fine. Allowing the really good students to fly is also a really important skill, and that's just something for you to reflect upon how you do that, whether that's with additional material as they go through, or one-to-one sessions. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I'm just conscious of time. I do have lots more questions. I'm not going to go into some of the scientific stuff. We've covered that, I feel, fairly well. I think one closing comment, Olivier, is that you really do have some challenging and exciting times ahead of you in your new role and with the newly formed institution. And I know that part of your new role will be to bring on young researchers and students and be a mentor. I would thoroughly recommend having a mentor yourself if you don't already have one, because you will face challenges that may be unexpected. So that would be my piece of advice to you. Thank you very much, Olivier. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sam.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Next, Professor Shirata, sorry.
Yes, I'm here. I hope you see me. Thank you, Olivier, from me also, because of your very, I think, enthusiastic, has been already said, but it would have been also the word I would have used. Actually, it is only the second habilitation defense that I attend, including mine. And yeah, I must say it's much more lively. It has been much more lively and I think interesting than mine. So congratulations for that. I enjoyed your the personal touch that you gave, the personal insight of your experience of your career, which is something that I guess it is seldom seen in these types of discussions and defenses. So very good. And also, yeah, what can I say on your career, on your achievements, on your scientific background? Of course, I knew it before to some extent. There are many things that I discovered today and reading your report. I appreciated, by the way, the effort of making a synthesis of your work, not just by listing your work and publications and so on, but trying to find some yeah, some general approach, like a fil rouge of your activity and career. Yeah, I appreciate it, especially the effort of characterizing the human eco-driving. So human-like eco-driving, I think it is the title of, yeah. Probably, yeah, it hasn't been precedent so much today, but I think what you have included in your report is very interesting. So characterizing what a human eco-driver would do in some circumstances in terms of many variables, as an effort to try to inspire automatic eco-driving by these behaviors and rules in order to make them more acceptable, more, I think this is very important, and it is something rather original. I haven't seen so many times this kind of research. And also something that I discovered today, which seems to me very, very interesting. So this effort to combine these two levels of optimization or eco-optimization, so the route planning and the vehicle speed planning. So if I well understood, it is something ongoing with a PhD student right now. If I'm not wrong, so it's something, yeah, again, very interesting, and I would be very glad to know about these results. Still, this is a defense, so I have to say something less pleasant. Yeah, there are not so many of these things. What I would have liked to probably see, and this is something that has been already said by Professor Lamnabi Lagarigue, what I lack, I think, is some kind of formulation of the problems that you treated. Because I have the impression, so you mentioned planning, how do you say, planification, planning. Yeah, you make an effort to, yeah, to lump more or less everything into the general term of planning. But actually, at the end, there are many different things that you have treated. If I only think of when you consider like a vehicle, or it can be a robot, and you plan the XY trajectory where you have obstacles. So this is a typical robotics problem, let's say. And on the other hand, you have the longitudinal vehicle speed planning, which is something more automotive control like. Okay, both can be qualified as planning, but actually there are so many different things, so many different constraints, types of constraints, type of implementation also, how frequent you do this planning, this optimization. So I would have liked to see more into formulation of these different problems in order to clarify, and also to I think to enlighten finally what you have done in this respective fields. A question also that I had is about real-time implementation. So if we stuck to the vehicle speed profile optimization, it's not really clear to me how your approach is, because you don't use so much optimal control. This has been already stressed. It's more like heuristic or meta-heuristic approaches like end colony optimization, genetic algorithms, and so on.
Yeah.
How do you plan, or if it has been already done, it's not clear to me, in real time, but not in terms of, not only in terms of computing time, but also in terms of architecture. So how do you include constraints coming from preceding vehicles, for example? How often you re-optimize or you replan, if you like, more this term. Yeah, really in terms of architecture.
Okay, thank you very much, Antonio. First for your comments. You are really modest. I think your HDR was brilliant. As I know you, I'm a kind of fan of your works. You know that. Actually, I try to take your comments one by one. For the first one about the multi-scale planning, actually we have no work on that. We just found an application for one of our algorithm in order to be used in route planning, and we thought that it might give some interesting results because the speed profile will be completely different from what has been statically included into a network of route planning. So here it's fully open discussion on this topic, and I know you have proposed really nice ideas about route planning. So, okay, I think there are good perspective on this topic, but nothing now in our laboratory. Then for the comment about the formulation, it's true. I realized in this presentation I completely avoided. It was not made on purpose. But I totally avoided the formulation of the problem, almost avoided. There are some parts where it started to be explained, but I should have done that for each of the algorithm, written the formulation of the problem, because it's much more complex to just what we can see. Where am I here? Of course, it's when we have an algorithm, I don't know, like that one, the formulation of the problem is much more complex. So maybe it was, I wanted to be quick and to shorten what I showed, but of course there is a minimum things we need to say, like what do we need to minimize first, clearly, which are the variables we are optimizing, which are the constraints on these variables, and this is not here. So this is a good point. You notice that, and maybe this is something I need to concentrate also a bit more when I'm making publication, to have nice part for the formulation of the problem. And when we look at that framework, we can see that the formulation of the problem is almost answering each of these questions from a mathematical point of view. And this is okay. We don't need to go through all this block for all the algorithm, but at least some important ones. So I fully agree with you on this point. Then going to the real-time capacities of the algorithms, for the one that is the most reactive, the constraints can appear directly into the algorithm when we are doing the replanning. The problem is that when I planned with my previous constraints, I keep this plan until I replan, because I just replan at a period equivalent at the reaction time of the driver. Meaning, during this reaction time, I will not change my trajectory as if it was a driver. So it was a way of modeling the driver and a way of, how to say, to defend how the algorithm was working. I admit that for autonomous vehicle, what's the use apart from just being as close as possible as a driver behavior? But this is how it was planned. Actually, this algorithm, if the replanning was more often, it could not run in real time. It's not possible.
So can you repeat what is this replanning horizon, or how frequently?
This is the algorithm that is here. Actually, if you see a branch here, this is a trajectory that is not viable, of course, because it's going out of the circle road. This is just a tentative trajectory that might be one of them. The idea of the replanning is on this full trajectory, I will keep only the beginning. So corresponding of the reaction time average driver, and I will wait until I'm at the end of this trajectory to replan. So it means that if there is something happening in between, this algorithm cannot manage. So in this case, we would have what we are using now, so a transition to an emergency mode, considering that normally in the reaction time, nothing could happen that would put the vehicle into danger. So, okay, of course, this is the only implementation I've made about a reactive trajectory plan. So I think you had a comment also about what is planning, what is not. You're right, it's so the field is so wide because we are going from the full control, the pure control, I would say, on the actuators, up to the decision level. And everything that is in between, we can say that it's planning. And actually, there are
or control.
or control. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. Some people say a part of planning is decision and the other part is control. And this is sometimes a bit difficult to define itself because when I discuss with some researchers, they would say planning doesn't exist at all. I feel it's not true. And sometimes I see some planning like hand planning, meaning I have my trip and I will put my trajectory by hand and the vehicle will follow that. So in my opinion, this is not planning, this is still control. Just control on this handmade trajectory. Planning for me is really when it's made computer planning. So we need to defend, at least people who are working on this field of planning need to defend it. So I also like your comments that if I need to present it again, I will try to make a kind of ordering of the different algorithms to show the one that are closest to automatic control and the one that are closer to robotics. That would be interesting to better understand how I manage my work. Thanks for that.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Okay, basically these were the most let's say technical questions or comments. I have maybe one which is a bit broader. It's a mix between a curiosity and so in terms of big picture. So basically you started working like many of us, I think, on a single vehicle. So trying to optimizing the behavior of the vehicle itself. Then you started introducing other vehicles. So trying to optimize the fleet level, right? So larger scale, you also mentioned this route planning, which is still a larger scale. What would be the ultimate goal? So in the last third of your career, I think, when all the vehicles are autonomous and so can be controlled in the best possible way, when also the infrastructure can be controlled, so traffic lights, speed limits, ramp metering, and so on. When we have all these things are available, what would be the ultimate goal? So what would be the best efficient mobility system ever? So how, not what would be, but is it conceivable to have something like that? What, this is the question, would be the steps to achieve this? Maybe a big brother that optimizes everything. But yeah, the ultimate goal of basically what we are doing at the end.
I think maybe my ultimate goal maybe should be kind of utopia or something like that. Especially when we are speaking of research, we start to be close to science fiction actually. But I'm dreaming I'm dreaming not about a big brother, but more of little brothers and sisters everywhere. Like I was saying before, more like something with superorganism, meaning each vehicle could have its own behavior. My real ultimate dream, but I know it's not realistic at all, would be not to have any traffic lights in the future. I think we all hate them. It's for our safety, but we don't like to wait at them. Then maybe something in between. So like agents with their own behavior that can really help people who cannot use vehicle normally. Maybe elderlies, even we can still discuss about that because we have problem of autonomy also, but elderlies, disabled people, we have something we can bring to the society. Also people who cannot access to other kind of mobility systems, I don't know, people maybe cannot access to public transportation because they are too far from them. Maybe they don't have driving license. And okay, so we need to provide something to them. And I would like to provide something really resilient. So it would probably be something that give a behavior to each of the elements of the mobility system, probably together supported by some communication means to have some adjustment possible. So hybrid, but more on the local side of each agent. But maybe what I'm missing here is all the interaction with human life. The city will be the city. We will still be here. The city is made for us, not for autonomous vehicle. So there will be also cooperation with humans. So we have a really bright researcher in our university working on this interaction, and also everywhere in the world, of course. We need to fill this gap between the human factors and the how to call them, the physical scientists on the other side. We need to close this gap in order to make both solutions live together. Okay, it sounds really utopic when I say that, a bit stupid, but if you say the last third of my career, or maybe another fourth of my career, because it will probably be more 50 years than 40 when I will be at the age to go on retirement. So that would be my dream.
All right. So yeah, to conclude, maybe the nastiest question I have.
Okay.
Because I mean, as an habilitated researcher, you will presumably also have other duties rather than those that you already have and had. It's more like a curiosity, but so you now belong to a new university, right?
Yeah.
Université Gustave Eiffel. So you will be an HDR of this university. This is new. You were part of a research institute, not of a classical academia institution. But this university is new, so it has to grow, likely to rise to prominence, to achieve some reputation in the scientific world. How do you see your role into that? So what could be the assets of this new organization, in your opinion? Of course, this is just an opinion. To rise to prominence and also to fulfill all the everything is usually required or demanded to an academical body. And specifically, how do you see your role into this growth?
Okay, thanks for this question.
I don't know if your director is still there.
I don't know. Maybe there are only 14 people because it's after 6. It's always the same. It's normal. So the new university gives new opportunity to a lot of people from within the university, but also from outside. Actually, the objective of the university will not be to grow, but just not to reduce, because there have been a lot of cuts into the number of employees since IFSTAR was created. So the objective is to have a kind of family size university, but it's already ranked in the Shanghai ranking. It's low, but it's ranked. So I think it was also maybe one of the targets. So it's open. It opened some gates at the international level because we are a university. So it's a different way of being recognized. It opens some professional opportunities. If some researcher want to become professor, so that will be some possibility. Even if they don't incite anyone to do that, they just want to keep the same ratio. So what would be my position in this university? First, now if you saw my record, my application, I don't know how to call it exactly in English. I am now I think I am not prepared to become directly full professor in a university because I'm missing teachings and maybe missing some publications. I don't know. I am more inclined of being research director in the same institute, but not now. It will take probably a few years before. So that's my plan. I think like everyone's plan now in the institute. And what would be my role in the university? I have some plan. I cannot speak about them today. So I have some plan. I want to take some, not taking some responsibilities, but I want to make my voice heard at some point. So I want to help this university to live. That's all I could say now.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio.
Was that your last question?
Yes.
Yeah. Next, Dr. Vincent. Vincent, perhaps.
Maybe he left. No, it's not here anymore because he had to leave because of he had a meeting an appointment at the hospital.
Okay. He left at 4 o'clock.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm a little conscious of time as well, but I do have a sort of one or two questions to ask. One is more sort of a general sort of comment, and I'm curious, Olivier, about your response to it. So I'm looking at this sentence in your manuscript. The goal of my work is to be able to reproduce the way in which a human being drives a vehicle in order to apply it to autonomous vehicles or driving assistance. And I'm particularly interested in this notion about autonomous vehicles and what's needed in order to be able to achieve safe, reliable, human-like driving. Not that humans are always safe drivers, but at any rate, that level of safety, if nothing else. And I see in the research that's being done, just tremendous emphasis on sensors and models of the car and models of the road, and you have cameras and GPS and LiDAR and whatever else. And when I think about humans driving in urban environments, I think that it's not a closed world. So there's all sorts of information we rely on that is not about what's in my visual field, for example, or how does the car work. And other people have talked about this too. So there's this one example that you've probably come across. you're driving, you're a human driver driving, perhaps cars are parked on both sides of the road, and a ball rolls in front of your car and goes on the other side, right? And so, you know, you think about the what you've seen there. You've seen the ball roll across, but it's past your car. And if that was all you were relying on, you might just continue going. But being a human and having knowledge about the world in general, not just about the visual scene, you might well say, oh, a ball rolled across the road. There may be a child behind it, even though there's no child visible, right? Other examples you can think of here as well. You're driving somewhere, you come to a fork in the road, you could take either branch, but on one branch, perhaps there are lots of people on the sidewalk and you think there may be a strike about to happen. You take the other route, right? Again, in general, I think it's sort of when we drive in dense urban environments with humans in them, we rely on our knowledge about people and about the world in much more complex ways than are being thought about in this research area so far. So that's sort of one of my themes about, sort of one of my criticisms about autonomous vehicle research. So I'll offer that to you and see what you have to say about it.
Thanks a lot, Tariq. Very hard question also in this nearly end of this question session. Actually, we had this talk exactly yesterday with two researchers that maybe are connected now today, I don't know, Nadine Choran and Julien Sestac from laboratory from psychology, just in my building, that the argument was a car will never be able to see as the human are seeing in terms of feeling, that like we see a kid with a ball on the pedestrian sidewalk, maybe he could go on the road. We see someone with a smartphone, maybe he's not taking too much attention. So we had this kind of discussion, and I was discussing about that, okay, maybe, I don't know yet, maybe it's possible that autonomous car will never be able to see as well as human. I also wrote an article that was called Stupid Car instead of Intelligent Car, that was speaking about this problem of feeling less things than human. But actually, autonomous car can compensate. And I think Dominique will agree with me, because he's one of the researchers who posed this formalism that, okay, if the autonomous vehicle cannot see as well as human, they can still cooperate together and make a complete scene by cooperation, so it can enhance what they will all see together. Kind of how do we call that in English? But vision from all sides. Omniscience from the network point of view. So I think this is one part of the answer, but I think your comment was much more, there was much more inside about how we can mimic this kind of behavior who has human, like I was maybe saying a little bit before, it's a way of being empathic, like feeling what is really happening. So now I think there really are a few research about that, and that's a really interesting research question that is going even further than the behavioral prediction of all the elements, I would say, that are next to the autonomous vehicle, but mostly human or eventually animals, like you said. I'm sure that
animals behave differently than humans as well, right? So if you see a cat, an animal could be different.
If I can say something, I have heard a research group working on the eyes of a fly, because they saw at 380 degrees flies, and then this could be well used in some other type of sensors.
Yeah.
So there
guess
is
what I'm
a
saying
very
is that-
interesting research on this.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it's not just a sensing challenge. It's a world knowledge challenge. You have to have knowledge of the world, not just you know.
Yeah. And this is something that is really challenging. Like in a way, for example, now we have small electric scooters everywhere in the street. Yeah. It was not modeled as a prediction, as a behavior prediction, because we have skeleton models for the pedestrian, but this one is just going straight, not moving on the electric scooter and going fast and crossing the streets. So that this is exactly what you said. We need a world knowledge, but even more than that, this world knowledge is evolving. So we need to have an evolving world modeling knowledge inside the cars.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, you know, like, so as you can perhaps guess, I'm very skeptical about the idea of fully autonomous vehicles. Maybe 5 or 6 years ago, 4 or 5 companies, you know, Tesla, Ford, even Apple with Waymo, Uber, they were all saying by 2019 or 2020, we will have cars driving by themselves in urban environments. And last year they all said, oh, it's a much harder problem than we thought. And many of them said, and it's hard not because of the cars, it's hard because of people. And now none of them are actually, some of them are still making some predictions, I think, but so we'll see. Maybe I'll just one more quick question. So, you know, I really like the fact that you're working beyond just the sort of engineering mindset and thinking more broadly about the connection of people and machines and all of that, and working with, I'm not actually sure just how deeply you're working with psychologists and cognitive scientists and human factors people, but that was sort of the question, how much work have you done with them? And what have you learned from working with people in this very different discipline, or attitudes as a researcher, and how you approach problems, and you know, how has it affected you, even perhaps somewhat personally, if you want to get into that?
Okay, my way of interacting with psychologists has mostly been through projects like European projects, national projects, but also research networks. For example, in European project, I've been working together with Samantha, but also other psychologists, directly on how to design something together. So this is a real, I think, real interdisciplinarity. Also working with some psychologists internally at the university, just, okay, we can have some corridor discussions, but also working in a structured network, the one I was speaking about before, that was animated by 2 physics researchers and 2 researchers from the human factors, 2 psychologists. And it was really funny because the first meetings were just about finding an agreement about the terms we were using. And I think finally, this is where the gap is the biggest, is that we do not agree on the terms. Like if I check the word planning I use now, you have seen that I took the definition of a neuroscientist. This is maybe not the case for everyone. Maybe this is because I discussed with psychologists before that I wanted to take this definition. And this was the most difficult. And the things I learned a lot, apart from this kind of terms, it's also in terms of methodology. Like when I work on some automatic control technique, I work with a machine. This is hard, this is obeying. But then when I discuss with some people, some psychologists, they will tell me you did not take that into account, that people, even if it works, people will not use that because you did not think about acceptability, about feelings. And finally, this is really in line with the comment that made Samantha about the teammate, that you can feel my limits here, that I have no knowledge about that. And the last part maybe is I found exactly what I did not know, and which was not my work also. Meaning there are things that you you need to be specialists. You cannot do that on your own. So you need to go and discuss with these people, with these psychologists, to understand how it would work. Like in the biker project I was speaking, it's pure collection of data, of pollution data, but actually I had to go and see Nadine Choran, who is a psychologist on this topic of cycling, because there are some points I was missing, like can I ask some cyclists to do things like that? Is it okay? Will they accept to do that? And then there are studies, there are specific fields in psychology for that. I discovered new work. And maybe just to go back to the cooperation, maybe I have to say that Mariana Neto, researcher in the laboratory, included me into CPHS workshop that you know much more than me, and I really want to attend each of these conference or workshop. It depends on the name we give it to him, but now it's workshop, because it's incredible how much rich it can be. And because we have people working in neurosciences, we have psychologists, of course, we have people from automatic, people from robotics, and then I think it opened the mind. So we are less strict on our own field, so we need to continue on that.
Thank you, Olivier. And we look to you not just as a attendee or participant in CPHS, the workshop, as well as the community, but as a leader of it. Okay.
I would enjoy that. I note that in the slides that now I could only work a little as industry co-chair, just sending some emails. But now the time is a bit hard for that. But yeah.
So finally, Professors Mamar and Grier, any comments or questions that you would like to ask?
So I can make a short speak because we spent a lot of time. And so, Olivier, first, thanks a lot for this clear and high quality presentation of your works. And also, I would like to thank you for the last 10 years spent to work with you. And thanks also to ask me to be a co-supervisor for your HDR. So, Olivier, what can I say about you? In fact, a lot of compliments and a lot of good things. And so I know you for 10 years now, with 5 years as deputy director for Levec Lab. It was a huge adventure, and it was a real pleasure. And you were a real support for me in this adventure. And I thank you for your skills and capabilities in this task. So during these 10 years, you showed us in presentation, you have developed a lot of different research domain, algorithm, topics, with, for instance, you have eco-mobility, multi-constraint optimal trajectory planning, and you use the bio-and-spear method. And the last one is about pollution something for cyclists. So it's very impressive. And so during this presentation, you have proved that during this 10 last years, you had all qualities and skills to develop high-level researches. And yeah, I'm sure now you will be a high-level researcher for the future. Maybe one of the best one, probably. And what can I say? Yeah, you have developed a very strong relationship with international university, like in Tangier. It's a relevant relationship. And I think for ISTA and now University Gustave Eiffel, it is a high level and really strategic relationship. And also thanks for your help in the international associated lab with Australia. So we have a lot of work, and thanks for your help and your work on this task. So moreover, I can say during all this year, I can confirm you were and you are now a source of proposal and inspiration for a lot of colleagues. And you were a source of inspiration also in the development of the different experimental platforms. I can mention EcoCivic with all the different exhibitions you managed. For instance, famous Paris Motor Show. I remember in 2014, it was crazy during 2 weeks. And so, what else? So, if I have to summarize Olivier, for me, I can say you are a very positive, curious, rigorous researcher with robust and reliable capabilities to propose new concepts and ideas. In fact, you are the perfect researcher for a partnership. So, and for me, it was really a chance, an opportunity and pleasure to work with you. And but you will have again 15 years to support me. So I'm really appreciating your huge quality and skills. But it is the same thing for international partners. I know that. So the last compliment is about your modesty. Really, I appreciate your modesty. And I have also appreciate how you have involved your colleagues in your work. It's really a skill for a manager. So after all these compliments and good thing, maybe I would like to ask you one question. It's not my role, but Mr. President, if you agree, I can ask a question. Yeah. Sure. So, Olivier, from your point of view, what could be the more efficient way in order to manage energy for future transportation means, and which source of energy seems to be the best one?
Okay.
It's a high-level question.
First, thank you very much, Dominique. You know, the honor was for me to be under your direction. And you also know that without you, I will not be here today. It's impossible. You supported me, you trusted me, you gave me responsibilities. This HDR I can defend today with this kind of presentation is half produced by you. Really, thank you so much. Yeah, you gave me work. I confirm. But it was an incitation of working, and I accepted that because it was natural.
Thanks a lot. for me, it was a very efficient and great collaboration.
You almost made me cry. I will keep that. I will keep that. Then about your question, not so easy question. Actually, in the PhD thesis of Camila Freitas, we work on the concept about how to manage energy, and we had absolutely no limit about what could be a concept of managing energy. So one of the concepts I liked a lot was a hybrid concept between electric vehicle using elastic energy of springs. Like you can have springs into the wheels, and instead of recharging supercapacitors into electric vehicle, you charge these springs. So this concept is not exactly mine. That was an idea we had in the PhD thesis of Camila, together with Philippe Doublet, who was in charge of innovation in Renault. And we had a lot of discussion about what would be the best energetic strategy. I would like to, as a researcher, I would like to see this kind of ideas that would like a crazy concept, what Armand Hatchuel called the crazy concept. We don't think that we could put this kind of springs in the car now. And I found that so interesting. So maybe it would be an idea to explore this kind of new way of managing energy. But now I'm a bit dry. Like this question was asked to me in 2012 in TRA conference in Greece. And I said, avoid electric vehicles because we know a lot of issues coming from that about recycling batteries and etc. Like really pure ecologic point of view. Like it was some kind of greenwashing. But now I think we can have some new hybrid technologies, mixing some electric technologies, maybe with elastic, but maybe with some other source of energy. Thanks for the question.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Professor Mamar, you can have the last questions if you have any.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I will be very short. So congratulations for Olivier. So the presentation has been already quite long, and there are because also the career is very dense. There were also many questions covering all the aspects, including the practical and the theoretical aspects. So I will not add more questions as we are already beyond quite 7 o'clock now. So and I have also the opportunity to discuss with Olivier on several occasions on his research. So I must simply say that I am very happy to participate today to this high quality jury, and to see the result of his investment in the several facets and aspects of the research. Because he is also, yes, it's now your university, but it is also an institute, a research institute with the contract aspects and the relationships and part which is not, which is heavy also for a researcher. So I would also like to thank Olivier for his investment in our master programs and doctoral programs. So he has supervised several students from our university. I would like also to congratulate him for his openness, his tenacity, his autonomy, and for having been able to keep the heading. And I wish him the best for the future. So I know also that Olivier was headed by China for several months or years, and its culture. So he spent there several times, and I even feared that we will not, that that he would not come back to France, but finally he came back. So, but I am still surprised there is no Chinese member in the jury. So he has to explain this. And finally, I would like also to ask him to explain the Chinese characters that we can see on the background of his video. And I wish him all the best for the future. And congratulations.
Thank you very much, Said. You know, you've always been a mentor to me. And I remember since the PhD thesis already. And I remember that sometimes I was blocked, but really blocked. I was thinking a lot about how I can solve my issues. And I just went to see you. And something in like a few minutes, you gave me advice.
Sorry, Olivier, Said, can you mute one of your channels?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, is it okay?
Yes, it's good now.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that yeah, you've been a real mentor, and you've been giving me very good advice, very wise advice, and I was not surprised to see you promoted. You are really a bright person, and I'm proud to count on you in my jury today. Then concerning the collaboration with China, of course, I thought of having some people from China in my jury, but they got first they got issues from the visa, and then we got the COVID issues, and I could have if I knew that it would be in a video conference, I would of course have invited one. In the jury. So finally, I'm not regretting because I'm happy that you are here.
Olivier, it is only a joke. It is not.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, next time you should say it. And for the text which is here, it say 比注意春秋. It means that the pen can write an era. So it's a way of speaking about publication that the pen, at least the computer we are using for making this publication, can do some real good for the humanity. So this is some old classical Chinese word I've been writing, I don't remember, maybe 3 years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Olivier, and thank you, everybody. Any final questions or comments from anyone? Okay, so thank you again. This concludes the public part of the defense. So we will go into our other room now, and I'll, for the rest of the jury, give me 5 minutes before we join there, and I'll see you there then. And let's, we don't have a lot of time left, of course, so we'll decide about next steps there. And hope to see you back, Olivier, pretty soon with the results of our deliberations.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, everyone. See you. Yeah. See you in a few minutes.
Yeah, see you in a few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Bon, merci à tous ceux qui sont encore sur le YouTube Live. Je vais prendre une petite pause et après je vais revenir, du coup pareil, en attendant que les membres du jury reviennent. Donc je vais laisser connecter, donc il y aura peut-être une petite période avec personne qui parle et puis personne à l'image là, mais je reviens vous voir très rapidement. Je suis en train de lire vos commentaires, là. Je ne sais pas qui est encore connecté, mais ça va, là, vous vous êtes fait plaisir? Ouais. Pour ceux qui pensent que je n'ai pas respecté le règlement intérieur du bureau, j'ai une autorisation spéciale de pouvoir rester après 18 heures. Ah, je vois, ça vous plaît le petit texte derrière. Je vois vos commentaires maintenant. Ouais, le chocolat, on ne voit pas. Attendez. J'essaie de l'attraper. Là, maintenant, vous le voyez. Oula, c'est monté à 9 spectateurs. Ah, tu veux voir le deuxième bandeau de calligraphie? Attends, tu l'avais vu toi ou pas? Il est là. J'étais obligé de restreindre un peu le... Merde, du coup, ça m'a fait évoluer. Voilà. Dis donc, Papé, t'es toujours connecté? Ça va les enfants à la maison? Il faut que tu attendes, Eric. Ouais, je sais, je pouvais en mettre qu'un. Coucou Eileen, t'es là? C'est ça le livre derrière moi, le Courrier international. C'est une revue très sérieuse, hein. Vous aimez bien les petits dessins dessus? Voilà, c'était un numéro spécial sur la vie techno. Donc, les articles sont vraiment pas mal. Ouais, s'il y en a qui veulent le lire, en tout cas qui sont au bureau, je peux le prêter.
Ah. On est revenu, Olivier, attention. Hein.
Oui, j'étais en train de m'amuser avec les derniers qui restaient sur le YouTube Live, là.
Ça va, ils ont tenu jusqu'au bout, là?
Ah ben, il y en a encore 7. Alors, je sais pas jusqu'à combien c'est monté. À un moment, j'ai vu 35.
Ah, bien, bien, bien. Tu
Ouais.
fais mieux que dans certaines AG, hein.
Bon.
Bon, ils arrivent, là, on a fini, donc ça ne devrait pas
Ouais.
tarder, ça monte, là.
Ok. Ça va, vous n'êtes pas trop fatigué?
Oh, ça va, ça va.
Ça va. Et toi?
Ouais,
Surtout
ça
toi,
va.
oui.
Ça va, ça va.
On n'arrête pas de bouger entre les salles, là.
Ouais, ben ouais, je suis désolé, je savais pas.
Non, non.
Je pense qu'il existe une solution peut-être sur Zoom pour avoir des salles privées.
Ah, sur
Si,
le
ça existe,
même
ouais.
canal, oui.
Ouais, sur le même canal. Ouais. Mais comme j'ai mis pas mal de temps à comprendre comment ça fonctionnait avec YouTube.
D'accord. Bon, j'espère que les autres ne sont pas revenus sur là où tu étais en présentation, parce que c'est pas le même code.
Sur
Ah, là, j'en ai déjà 6. Hein.
Ah bon, c'est pas le même code? Normalement, ça aurait dû être le même code.
Si, c'est le même, c'est le même.
Si, c'est le même code.
C'est le même.
C'est le même, c'est le même, c'est le même livre.
C'est le même lien, c'est le même code? OK.
Oui, oui, oui.
Can you hear me okay? I'm on a different
Yeah?
computer and
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
fine.
Yep.
That's fine.
All right. So is everybody here?
Samantha and
Samantha,
and Françoise.
Et Françoise. Yeah. We are waiting Samantha and Françoise.
Samantha. What I'm thinking, in the interest of time, we should get started, and Françoise will probably join us soon.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So Olivier, congratulations. We had a very positive discussion about your defense, and it was a pleasure to hear you present it all. Lots of positive comments. I'll just summarize them, I think, and then ask others to fill in as they need to. I'll mention a couple of areas of improvement for your future as well, I think, for such presentations. So we were sort of very impressed by sort of the passion that you brought, how good a presenter you are, the humility that you brought to it too, knowing what, saying what you knew and being clear about what weren't your areas of expertise. You recognize the societal importance of the work that you're doing, but you're not just approaching it as a scientific researcher. You're understanding the impact on society and people as well, and you're engaging at that level too through your experiments and other activities. We thought the presentation was clearly organized as well. The results were well presented. You brought in your personal insight and your personal vision as well. So it was just a real pleasure to be able to listen to you and go through that. You had already, of course, submitted your report, and then because of the pandemic, the defense was postponed, and some of us were pointing out that you had taken that time to enhance your report actually, and so it was a better version, and then you were sort of summarize some of the new results from that in your presentation as well. We did think that the presentation was a little too long, maybe more than just a little too long, and it could have been better organized, could have been done more succinctly. One other comment that came up was, you spent a lot of time talking about the work you've already done, and really not enough time talking about your future ideas. And when you got a chance to talk about them, I think we felt that you do have significant ideas, substantive ideas for what you want to do with your career going forward. But that got short shrift in the presentation itself. But overall, just generally very, very positive, and congratulations again. I'll just see if anybody else wants to add any comments first, and then maybe we'll give you a chance to offer any final thoughts.
Very nice summarizing, President. Very nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Olivier.
Okay, so thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Olivier. We are just waiting for the glass of champagne, but
yeah, just now some liquid here. So thank you very much, Mr. President, for this summarize, and thank you to all jury members again. You cannot imagine how much I was proud to count so eminent scientists into this jury. That's really my honor. And I also want to thank people. There are not so many now remaining, but there were a lot of people assisting on the YouTube live. So that was a real pleasure for me, because they helped me releasing a little bit the pressure at the beginning of that. I also wanted to give a lot of thanks to different people that helped me during my work. And I think you saw the names that were on the slides. But I also want to thank my family, because I was out of the home a lot of time, and they know. Sorry, it's just a pressure raising. I'm sure they know that sometimes I was not at home, and that I want to thank them, of course. And there are people who are behind the science, and we don't talk a lot about them, but there are people at the secretary, at the administrative staff, and some technician engineers that helped me, that I did not speak about them, but they helped me so much when we are in a hurry and everything, and we need to also think about them. So Isnier, Rosa, Benoit, I did not cite enough, but also other people and all students we have now, like Ismail, who is working with me, and also Younes, and okay, all the team. There are so many. I surely forgot a lot of them, but I want to thank all these people who supported me, making a lot of jokes. So please do not go checking the chat on the YouTube, because you will find really strange things also about jury members. They just make some joke about I'm at ease in my office. So thanks again to you all. I hope we can still continue cooperate together. I really appreciate you all, and I hope I can, celebrate in a nice way one day with you all.
We look forward to that very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bravo. Bravo, bravo.
So Tarek and all the jury, you are invited to the restaurant when you come to France. It's by the university.
Okay. Hope the crisis will stop. The virus will disappear.
Honestly, in March, I booked a restaurant, really nice one. I was really upset I had to cancel. Like, I still wanted to go just to eat at this restaurant.
Okay.
So I hope maybe we'll have some opportunity and we'll invite you again. You deserve that.
I look forward to it.
and I own you already a few beers, I think.
It's 7. 7
Possible.
Okay.
One for every year that I've known you.
Ok.
Ok, super. Super.
All right.
Bravo, Olivier.
Ok. Thanks
Bravo.
again.
Bravo, congratulations.
Merci.
Good job.
Félicitations.
Merci beaucoup.
Très bien, félicitations.
Félicitations. Ouais, bravo.
Merci
Hey, bonne
beaucoup.
soirée and have a nice day.
Bonne soirée. Bonne soirée.
Bye.
It was nice to meet all of you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks to all of you. Bye.
Have a
Bye.
nice
Bye
evening.
bye.
Bye.
Salut, bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Au revoir.
Au
Au
revoir.
revoir.
Au revoir. À bientôt.
Ciao. Ciao, Olivier.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ok, pour ceux qui sont encore restés sur YouTube, je vais clore la réunion. Donc, merci encore une fois. Merci à tous. Et à bientôt. On aura le temps de fêter ça.